Chapter 582. Who's here? It wasn't just one person, but a man and a woman. Both of them were dressed in black as well, so their identities were unknown. The masked man had one arm around the woman's waist, while the other wielded a long whip. He stood tall in the air, his figure tall and slender, his black robes mysterious. The woman in his arms didn't seem to care about the rain of arrows at all. She was completely focused on the 1,000-year ginkgo tree. Chu Yunyi immediately realized that it was Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi. He'd never seen Long Fei Ye's golden dragon whip with his own eyes, but he'd heard Witch Ant talk about it before. Last time at the Poison Sex underground palace, Witch Ant had seen Long Fei Ye's true skills. It wasn't Celestial Mountain sword skills, but his whip skills of unknown origins. The woman in Long Fei Ye's arms was the real Han Yunxi, the Han Yunxi who didn't know martial arts. Long Fei Yi set Han Yunxi down beneath the ginkgo tree before the savage, black-robed man from before retreated and kicked away all the female poison masters. He stood by Han Yunxi's side to protect her. Who else could this fellow be but Gu Qishao? Naturally, the other two were Chu Shifeng and Tang Li. As soon as Gu reached Han Yunxi's side, Long Fei Yi flew up to meet the enemy alongside Chu Shifeng and Tang Li. His exquisite whip skills and powerful internal energy allowed him to knock down a wave of arrows with a single swing of his whip. Long Fei Yi, you're finally here. Chu Yunyi shouted, but Long Fei Yi ignored him. His whip lashed out at the archers in front of him. Chu Yunyi had long wanted to have a real fight with Long Fei Yi. He took out an arrow and knocked it with his bare hands. Heaven knows how much strength he'd imbued into the arrow, but it was already vibrating before it even left the bow. It seemed to be itching to kill the enemy. His killing intent was so strong that Long Fei Yi looked back, but his cold, emotionless eyes were filled with scorn. Go to hell! Chu Yunyi roared as he released the arrows. 10 or so of them flew out at the same time, each one brimming with killing intent that cut through the air like a hot knife through butter. Moreover, each one of them seemed to have a mind of their own and grew eyes. They divided up the work on their own and aimed for different fatal spots on Long Fei Ye's body. In a flash, everyone looked over. Tang Li and Chu Shifeng were busy dealing with the archers while paying attention to the situation. Even the simple-minded Gu was a little worried, while Han Yunxi, who was busy inspecting the wood of 10,000 poisons, temporarily forgot what she was doing. She couldn't sense any killing intent, so she had no idea what was going on, but intuition told her that Long Fei Yi was in danger. Not too far away, the captured Gu Beiwe knitted his brows as he stared fixedly at one of the arrows. Without a doubt, that was the strongest of the bunch. Long Fei Yi had long realized that one of the arrows was extremely deadly, but he didn't have time to think. His whip arts required enough space to unleash its power. If the arrows got too close, he'd have no choice but to unsheath his sword. As soon as he drew his sword, Chu Yunyi would latch onto it and confirm his identity. Although Chu Yunyi was far away, the speed of the arrows made it all happen in an instant. Long Fei Yi didn't have time to think before he lashed out with his whip. The power of the long whip was slightly inferior to the power of the sharp arrows. When the long whip blocked all the sharp arrows, it was the real contest between the two forces, and also the most direct contest. Time seemed to stop at this moment, as if all things in the world had stopped moving. Both the whip and the arrows froze in midair as the two forces faced off against each other. Of course, it didn't take more than a second. The whip's momentum quickly suppressed the arrow's momentum and forced them all down. Long Fei Yi flicked the whip lightly in his hand. Although it looked easy, it took a lot of strength. The arrows couldn't hold on any longer and fell to the ground one by one. But there was only one arrow that didn't fall to the ground. Instead, it held on against Long Fei Ye's whip, clanging and clanging as it grew restless. It didn't seem satisfied with just defending, but even wanted to attack. Without a doubt, this was the most powerful arrow. Long Fei Yi tried again, but still couldn't knock it down. At this moment, Chu Yuni fired another arrow straight at Long Fei Ye's eye. Seeing this, everyone grew alarmed. Chu Shifeng and Tang Li wanted to help, but the archers were all in sync with Chu Yuni. Every one of them seemed to have lost their minds as they shot like madmen, making it impossible for them to free themselves. Han Yunqi pushed Gu aside and said, "Don't worry about me, go help. Hurry." Gu recovered his wits. He was too far away to use his vines to help, but it was too late. The arrow was too fast. Idiot! Gu couldn't help but curse. He knew that Long Fei Yi wouldn't use his sword for the sake of hiding his identity. But why didn't he withdraw his whip and retreat? He was just courting death by trying to resist it. The arrow was about to hit Long Fei Ye's eye with enough force to topple mountains and overturn seas. For a moment, everyone stopped breathing. Han Yunqi gaped. In her eyes, Chu Yuni's arrow was as fast and powerful as a bullet. But in the nick of time, Long Fei Yi raised his hand and viciously knocked the arrow aside. When he dropped his hand, fresh blood trickled down the back of his hand, a testament to the power of the arrow. But he'd still managed to block it, hadn't he? Everyone exhaled in relief. Chu Yuni was surprised, but he didn't give up. He quickly followed up with another arrow. This one aimed not at Long Fei Yi, but at the arrow that was fighting against Long Fei Ye's whip. The arrow struck Long Fei Ye's arrow with a powerful force that pushed the arrow back. It flew past the whip and headed straight for Long Fei Yi. It had to be said that, as the head of the clan, Chu Yuni's arrows were the best of the Chu clan. Unfortunately, his opponent was Long Fei Yi. Long Fei pulled back his whip and rebounded, accurately trapping the arrow in place. He'd been waiting for this chance for a long time. None of them expected this outcome. Chu Yuni was so shocked that his face had turned white. Long Fei hadn't even started his counterattack before Chu Yuni took out a bunch of arrows and shot them in his direction. Actually, it wasn't strange for Chu Yuni to lose his head in a situation like this, because Long Fei Yi was clearly preparing to counterattack. Despite the rain of arrows, Long Fei Ye's whip lashed out viciously at the arrow. The whip slithered forward like a snake, sweeping away all the arrows in its path. Finally, Long Fei Yi lashed out with the whip, sending his internal energy coursing through the whip until it reached the body of the arrow. The arrow shot out with enough force to topple mountains and overturn seas, heading straight for Chu Yuni. Chu Yuni had lived for more than half his life, but he'd never imagined that he'd be hurt by one of his own arrows one day. He had no time to dodge, but reflexively dodged to the side. The arrow sank deep into his right arm, completely submerging itself in his flesh. What a vicious arrow! If his whip was already like this, wouldn't he shoot through his hand if he drew his bow instead? An archer's greatest taboo was injuring their hands. Chu Yuni was extremely unwilling, but there was nothing he could do except flee. Withdraw! All of the archers retreated at his command. The old mama fled with Empress Xuan in tow, while Chu Yuni personally escorted Gu Beiwa to bring up the rear. Western Zhou's imperial guards chased after them, but didn't dare to make a move with Empress Xue in their hands. Long Fei Ye's gaze was fixed on Gu Beiwa, but he didn't chase after them. His ultimate goal was the wood of 10,000 poisons, so he had to get his hands on it before reinforcements arrived. Otherwise, without Empress Xue as a hostage, heaven knows what would happen when reinforcements arrived. Very soon, the 3 high monks guarding the altar flew up into the air. Unfortunately, they couldn't get close to the ginkgo tree because Long Fei Yi, Chu Shifeng, and Tang Li were all standing guard. One Long Fei Yi was enough to deal with all 3 of them, much less Chu Shifeng and Tang Li. The 3 high monks had seen the exchange of blows just then and knew they couldn't win. Thus, they asked questions in an attempt to fish for information. Just who are you people? What are you looking for in the ginkgo tree? How did you get in here? If they'd tried to force their way in, they'd have triggered all sorts of traps. Without a map, even the most powerful of experts would be unable to avoid triggering them. But these people had come without a sound. It wasn't as if they'd infiltrated the Empress's guard of honor. The high monks didn't understand. Are you Tianing's Duke of Qin? A man of character doesn't change his name. Just who are you? Tell us your name. Is that female benefactor Qin Wangfei? Despite the three high monks' questions, everyone seemed to have been infected by Long Fei Ye's attitude. Even Gu didn't speak. Han Yunqi activated the detox system's in-depth inspection function and found that the 1,000-year-old ginkgo tree was poisoned. But just like the water and earth of 10,000 poisons, the detox system couldn't tell what kind of poison it was. The 10,000 poisons of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, all seemed to be the same. They were a mixture of all kinds of poisons. Therefore, the detoxification system could detect the toxicity, but it could not determine the type of toxicity, nor could it detect specific information. Han Yunqi knew they couldn't stay here for long, or else it'd be hard to leave. She inspected the tree again, but still couldn't pinpoint its exact location. She was depressed. It wasn't that she'd forgotten about the poison storage space. Although the space could store all kinds of poisons, it had even stored such a large poison pond. But right now she was facing a 1,000-year-old tree that wasn't completely poisonous. More importantly, she didn't see the wood of 10,000 poisons. How was she supposed to store something she couldn't see? At the very least, she couldn't do it with her current skills. What to do? Did she really have to cut down the tree, like Chu Yuni said? At this moment, a flurry of footsteps sounded around them. Without a doubt, reinforcements had arrived. Gu asked anxiously, "Did you find it?" Actually, Gu had been searching the entire time as well, but he couldn't even smell the poison. He almost suspected that the wood of 10,000 poisons wasn't on this tree at all. At this moment, Long Fei Yi had turned back to look at them with an urgent gaze. Han Yunqi was anxious. Abruptly, a thought flashed through her mind. Got it. She had a plan, a very simple one. Why didn't she think of it before? I'm so stupid. Chapter 583. Although she couldn't see the wood of 10,000 poisons, Han Yunqi still thought of a simple way to get it. Gu Qishao, cover me, quick! So speaking, she hid behind Gu Qishao with her back to the crowd. Cover you for what? Gu was full of doubts. He wanted to turn around to see what was going on, but was afraid of ruining Han Yunqi's plans. In the end, he could only stand there obediently. It wasn't clear what Han Yunqi was doing, but before she could finish, a large group of soldiers had arrived to surround the entire ginkgo tree. Next came a group of archers who rushed to the front and knelt down on one knee, aiming their bows at the group. Judging from the situation, Chu Yuni's group must have escaped without a hitch. Otherwise, no matter how important the tree was, it couldn't compare to Emperor Kongcheng's favored empress. Archers? They can't be from the Chu clan, right? Haha. Gu laughed sarcastically, making the leader of the archers' faces turn ugly. The Chu clan's archers were very famous, but how could they be from the Chu clan? News of the events at Thousand Buddha Cave had long spread. The Chu clan had not only kidnapped the empress, but raised troops in various regions to rebel. Within a single day, the Chu clan had become Western Zhou's traitors. It was as if a great earthquake had occurred in the imperial court of Western Zhou. Everyone was shocked by the sudden news, and it took them a long time to recover. By now, Emperor Kongcheng was busy dealing with the mutiny in various regions. Meanwhile, Chu Yuni had escaped from Thousand Buddha Cave, but was still being pursued by its guards. Although Emperor Kongcheng had no idea what Chu Yuni and the black-robed men wanted the 1,000-year ginkgo tree for, he couldn't let them get away with it. Emperor Kongcheng even sent an urgent message via Flying Eagle, demanding that they capture them alive and find out if the black-robed men were really related to Tianing's Duke of Qin. This team advises you to surrender obediently, or else our arrows won't open their eyes, the leader of the archers warned loudly. All right, forgive him for his ignorance. After all, he had not personally witnessed the battle between the experts just now. He could not imagine that there was someone in the world who could play with arrows like that. Long Fei Yi and the others naturally disdained his warning. However, Long Fei Yi did not want to stay here for long because the longer he stayed, the more likely it was that his identity would be exposed. Moreover, the guards of the Thousand Buddha Cave were not for show. Once all the surrounding guards were transferred over, they would be in a lot of trouble. He turned to look at Han Yunqi and whispered, "Do you want to uproot the tree?" "I reckon they'll have to be uprooted. 1,000-year-old tree. Who knows how deep its roots are? Are you sure we still have time to uproot the tree? Are you sure you can escape with such a big tree? What if the exit is sealed and we can't get out?" Tang Li had to remind everyone to face reality. Long Fei Ye's eyes flashed with a complicated light. He didn't say anything. Although they had defeated the Chu family, they hadn't found the wood of 10,000 poisons. They could only say that they had come here in vain. They assumed that finding the 1,000-year-old ginkgo tree was the same as finding the wood of 10,000 poisons. But who knew things would turn out like this? After a while, Han Yunqi still didn't answer. At this moment, the archers began to fire their arrows. Long Fei Yi impatiently flicked his whip to knock down the first arrow, then the second at the archers. As the archers retreated, a large group of soldiers with spears and shields rushed forward to surround them. Even the soldiers had been transferred over. From the looks of it, they weren't going to let them off. How troublesome. "Duke of Qin, why don't we leave first? Chu Yuni didn't go against them, but we did. We have to be careful not to end up making wedding clothes for someone else." Tang Li reminded them again. Judging from the current situation, Western Zhou had even transferred soldiers over. If a fight really broke out, the entire temple would be destroyed. If that happened, Chu Yuni might turn back and reap the benefits of the fishermen. "Master, as long as this tree is here, we don't have to worry about not finding the wood of 10,000 poisons. Our esteemed Wang Fei's poison skills are even superior to his witch aunt's. If she can't find it, the Chu clan won't be able to either. Let's just retreat first." Chu Shifeng coaxed. Just as Long Fei Yi decided to retreat, the soldiers in front of them suddenly gave a start. Each and every one of them gaped at the ginkgo tree. Many of them even dropped their weapons. "What's going on?" Long Fei Yi and the rest gave a start. When they looked back, they were given a fright. The ginkgo tree was actually disappearing into thin air. Large chunks of the tree disappeared into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Not long after, the entire tree was gone, vanishing into thin air. In that instant, the scene from Medicine City's medicine forest surfaced in Long Fei Ye's mind. The scene was so similar. Back then, the giant poison pond had disappeared in an instant as well, leaving the medicine forest guards gaping in shock. Everyone watched in disbelief. Han Yunqi, on the other hand, was crouching on one side, observing the changes in the soil. She'd just thought of using perplexing butterfly illusion to corrode the 1,000-year ginkgo tree. Although the method was simple, it was still difficult to execute. Fortunately, she had some good stuff hidden in her detox system, or else she wouldn't have been able to do it right away. Although perplexing butterfly illusion was highly corrosive, a few drops wouldn't be enough to quickly penetrate the ginkgo tree's well-developed roots. Thus, she added a few drops of a special poison enhancer into the mix and dripped it into the soil. This was something from the modern era. She only had 3 portions on hand and had been reluctant to use it. Today, she'd finally used up 1 portion. The soil beneath her feet began to corrode. As the perplexing butterfly illusion seeped deeper into the soil, more and more of it disappeared. But this still wasn't enough to satisfy Han Yunqi. She endured the pain and used another drop of the perplexing butterfly illusion enhancer. A single drop caused the entire patch of ground to sink in. Although it looked like it had sunk in, it was actually the soil that had been corroded. Not even the roots of the 1,000-year ginkgo tree were left behind. Instead, a hole as deep as 2 people's height was left behind. There were also many small holes in this hole, probably where the roots of the tree had been deeply embedded. Han Yunchi had always suspected that the wood of 10,000 poisons was in the roots of this ginkgo tree, so her attention was completely focused on this hole. If the wood of 10,000 poisons really was there, the perplexing butterfly illusion would definitely react with it and form a poisonous tear. This way, the detox system would be able to detect similar poisons. Long Fei Yi and the others were close and could see everything clearly. However, the surrounding soldiers didn't understand what was going on. They only felt that this group of people knew sorcery and didn't dare to rashly approach. Han Yunchi squatted by the hole and carefully examined it. She really did detect it. Once she detected something, things became much easier. She locked onto a small hole below the large hole and said in a low voice, "Gu, take me down there." "You, what exactly do you want to do?" Even though Gu could recognize poisons, he still couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. Before Han Yunchi could reply, Long Fei had already walked over. He didn't ask any questions, but simply jumped down with Han Yunchi in his arms. Naturally, he'd leave the trouble above to Gu Qishao and the rest. Gu rolled his eyes. Even though his face was covered, his mood could be seen from his eyes. He was very unhappy. If they really attacked, Gu and the others could still deal with it for a while. Moreover, the surrounding soldiers all turned from shock to fear. They thought that they knew sorcery and didn't dare to rashly approach. Han Yunchi took out the perplexing butterfly illusion and dripped it into the target hole. Soon, the soil disappeared and a large hole was formed. Fortunately, Long Fei Yi was there. Otherwise, Han Yunchi would have fallen half to death. However, even so, she still didn't see the poisonous tear. "It's probably buried very deep like the roots," she muttered to herself. Although Long Fei didn't understand what she was talking about, he didn't ask her any questions. Instead, he helped her in silence. In the end, Han Yunchi used a total of 10 drops of perplexing butterfly illusion and dug the hole more than 20 meters deep before she found what she wanted. "This is it." Han Yunchi was overjoyed and carefully picked it up. Long Fei Yi looked at it and saw that it was made of wood. Like the previous few poisonous tears, it was very small and shaped like a teardrop. This was the 5th poisonous tear they had obtained. Of the 5 elements poisons, only the fire and metal of 10,000 poisons were left. As for the poisonous blood, only the poisonous beast's blood and the last unknown blood were left. The poisonous beast's blood had to wait for the little thing to slowly nurture the poison in its body. Thinking back, if he had known that the little thing's blood could break the perplexing butterfly illusion, he definitely wouldn't have allowed Han Yunchi to use the little thing's blood to save Long Tianma. Many things wouldn't have happened in the past if he had known earlier, especially when it came to the fate between people. It was impossible to know earlier. Long Fei Yi wasn't someone who liked to reminisce about the past. In this instant, he didn't know why, but he actually thought of the words back then. How could Han Yunchi know what Long Fei Yi was thinking? Han Yunchi put away the poisonous tear. When she looked up, she was shocked. "So deep. Hold on tight, let's go up." Only then did Long Fei Yi regain his senses. He clearly told her to hold on tight, but he first reached out and hugged her waist so tightly that he didn't need her to hold on. Han Yunchi snickered. When did this guy learn to talk nonsense? Fine, she had the guts to think, but not the guts to say it. She obediently wrapped her arms around Long Fei Yi and hugged him tight. By the time they flew out of the cave, Tang Li and Chu Shifeng were already embroiled in a melee with the soldiers. Their numbers had doubled from before, and they were even shooting fire arrows into the cave. Gu stood guard by the entrance and kept kicking away the incoming arrows. With so many people, it was difficult for Gu and the rest to fight back. When he saw Long Fei Yi carrying Han Yunchi out safely, Gu exhaled in relief. "Did you get the thing? We're here. Withdraw." Long Fei Yi said coldly. It was difficult to defeat such a large group of soldiers, but retreating was easy. Tang Li led the way while Long Fei Yi and Han Yunchi followed closely behind. Gu and Chu Shifeng brought up the rear as the group quickly retreated in the direction they'd come from. They'd been able to sneak in without alerting the enemy because of Chu Yuni's map and Tang Li's incredible ability to avoid and destroy traps. As the soldiers chased after them, they quickly fell into a trap. In the end, they didn't dare to move forward until they'd left Thousand Buddha Cave. In their hearts, Long Fei's group was a force to be reckoned with. They were too mysterious and valiant. The abbot and commander of the soldiers were currently inspecting the scene. They couldn't figure out how the 1,000-year ginkgo tree had vanished into thin air or how such a deep hole had appeared in the ground. After a while, the old abbot sighed with emotion. Perhaps this is fate. The tree's fate, the people's fate, and the country's fate. Chapter 584. Destiny. The commander had no idea what that meant, but the words destiny of the nation made him break out in cold sweat. He pretended not to hear a thing and personally took care of the fake Duke of Qin and Qin Wangfei's corpses on the ground. He didn't believe that the Duke of Qin was involved in this, but he had to personally transport the corpses to White City for Emperor Kongqing to see. As for whether the emperor believed him, he had no idea. What would Emperor Kongqing think? Emperor Kongqing knew that the Chu clan had exposed the crown prince's involvement in the embezzlement case. This was a sign of rebellion, but he never expected them to act so quickly. He couldn't figure out where the Chu clan's escape route lay. He was also keeping an eye on Empress Chu's movements in western Liang. Not only had the Chu clan rebelled, but they'd even kidnapped his favorite empress. How could he tolerate such a thing? In his fury, Emperor Kongqing would never believe a word from the Chu clan again. While Emperor Kongqing was using his iron fist to suppress the rebellion of the Chu clan troops, he was also more or less concerned about the situation at Thousand Buddha Cave. After all, the Chu clan's rebellion had started there, and it had a lot to do with the 1,000 ginkgo tree. Eagle messenger after eagle messenger arrived at the palace, allowing Emperor Kongqing to learn of the situation at Thousand Buddha Cave. He also learned that Chu Yuni had called the impersonators the Duke of Qin and Qin Wangfei at first, then changed to calling the masked man His Highness Duke of Qin. How could he still trust Chu Yuni? As he saw it, Chu Yuni was simply trying to drive a wedge between the Duke of Qin and Western Zhou. He was trying to drive a wedge between the Duke of Qin and Western Zhou. A few days later, the two impersonators' corpses were placed in front of Emperor Kongqing. He was even more certain that Chu Yuni was trying to drive a wedge between them. The Chu clan's wishful thinking. Zhen isn't stupid enough to offend the Duke of Qin. Emperor Kongqing snorted. No matter how good a position Empress Chu could secure for the Chu clan in western Liang, the Chu clan would definitely side with the Empress as soon as they rebelled. That would mean that Western Zhou and Tianning's century-old marriage alliance would be broken. At this time, if Western Zhou was on good terms with the South Central region's commander-in-chief's estate, they would join forces to form a semicircle around Tianning's western and southern borders. Tianning's eastern borders were Tiannan, while its northern borders were northern Li. In this way, Tianning would have offended everyone around them and would be isolated and without help. Even if Emperor Kongqing truly believed that the Duke of Qin had infiltrated Thousand Buddha Mountain, he'd still pretend he didn't know and continue to be on good terms with the Duke of Qin. This was the so-called strategy. 1,000-year-old ginkgo tree disappeared into thin air. Your Majesty, this matter is too strange. In this old servant's opinion, there must be a secret that no one knows about. The old eunuch whispered. Emperor Kongqing was still in a fit of anger, so these words only made him angrier. Watch your mouth. Pass down my order. Anyone who knows about this is to be killed without mercy. The old eunuch was alarmed. Your Majesty, this old servant doesn't know anything. I've forgotten everything. Please spare this old servant's life. Get out. If news of this gets out, we'll be the first to cut off your head. Emperor Kongqing roared. The 1,000-year-old ginkgo tree was Western Zhou's divine tree and 1,000 Buddha cave's most precious treasure. If news of this strange event spread during the Chu clan's rebellion, it would definitely be seen as an omen of misfortune and cause panic among the populace and the army. Thus, even if Emperor Kongcheng didn't know the truth, his first order of business would be to seal off the news and silence all witnesses. Western Zhou was already in chaos. He wouldn't allow anything or anyone to add to the chaos. The old eunuch scrambled out of the room. For the sake of keeping the secret and preserving his life, one could only imagine how well he'd do things. After the old eunuch left, Emperor Kongqing secretly sent out a group of personal guards to investigate the matter in secret. All of his thoughts were focused on rescuing the empress and suppressing the Chu clan's rebellion. Meanwhile, the mysterious group of black-robed men were still in East Arrival Town, not far from Thousand Buddha Cave. Long Fei Yi had only agreed to Chu Yunyi's plan that night to beat him at his own game. Although they'd stayed at the Chu clan's estate that night and were under their surveillance, he'd still contacted his guards and arranged for a replacement. From White City to Thousand Buddha Cave, he'd had plenty of chances to swap out his men. It could only be said that Chu Yunyi wasn't overconfident in himself, but underestimating Long Fei Ye's methods. By now, Han Yunqi had finished explaining to everyone that the ginkgo tree's disappearance had been caused by perplexing butterfly illusion. Long Fei Yi didn't think too much about the poison pawn's disappearance. Duke of Qin, they're actually planning to induce labor on Chu Qingge? That's inconceivable. As soon as they were free, Tang Li couldn't wait to report the news. With Gu and the others present, he even called Long Fei Yi the Duke of Qin. Long Fei Yi had guessed that they'd make a fuss about Chu Qingge, but never expected it to be induced labor. No one was more shocked than Han Yunqi. Really? She'd read a few classics in the modern world. Normally speaking, the smallest fetus was less than 5 months old and placed in an incubator with all sorts of equipment and medicine. Still, it was easy for such children to develop congenital defects. She never expected that Cloud Realm continent, where medical equipment was so crude, had the technology to induce labor as well. She had to admire the medical academy. Even if Chu Qingge gave birth without a hitch, the child would still be safe. But how much time and effort would they have to put into taking care of it? Would the child really live long enough to sit on the throne? Most likely, the Chu clan wouldn't let him live for long. They'd only use him as a cover until they stabilized their power in Western Zhou and replaced him with a son of the Chu clan. It looks like they'll succeed in inducing labor. Long Fei Yi said. In other words, the Chu clan will definitely take over West Jing City. Han Yunqi didn't have a good impression of Emperor Tianhui, but she was still unwilling to see Tianning fall into the Chu clan's hands. Hasn't that noble consort Ning made any moves? Chu Shifeng couldn't help but interrupt. Noble consort Ning has no children. Han Yunqi replied indifferently. Han Yunqi said mildly. She had a clear understanding of Emperor Tianhui's harem, who told her to be summoned to the palace every day to make things difficult for him. Noble consort Ning was one of Emperor Tianhui's 4 noble consorts, the most low-key of them all. She spent her days in seclusion, praying to Buddha and staying away from worldly affairs. At first, Han Yunqi assumed that noble consort Ning had no backing behind her and was afraid of being bullied in the palace. But after asking around, she found out that noble consort Ning had the strongest backing amongst the 4 noble consorts, even stronger than the empress. That was because noble consort Ning's older brother was none other than one of Tianning's 3 great generals, Ningqing. Perhaps it was because of noble consort Ning's personality. Otherwise, none of the other noble consorts would have had a share in the inner palace's struggles. Unfortunately, this noble consort Ning couldn't even give birth to a princess, much less a son. Otherwise, with Tianning's current situation, General Ning's estate would definitely do the same even if noble consort Ning didn't fight with Chu Qingge. Then there's only the 4th imperial prince left. He has a certain amount of power in the court and Emperor Tianhui's trust, Chu Shifeng added. Long Fei Ye's plans were indeed based on the fourth imperial prince and General Ning's estate. Chu Shifeng, make the arrangements. We'll set out for West Jing this afternoon. Long Fei Yi ordered immediately. The wood of 10,000 poisons was one of his goals on this trip, and another was to stir up chaos between Western Zhou and Tianning. With the Chu clan's military might and the Nether clan's foundations, they'd be a huge threat as soon as they found a foothold. Moreover, he wouldn't spare any of the members of Western Qin's imperial clan. He'd shouldered the grudges of his country for over 20 years, growing from tender shoulders to broad shoulders. He'd never given up when he was a child, much less now. Aside from Han Yunqi, no one else could dream of getting an exception from him. They set out in the afternoon. None of them had had a good rest over the past few days, so it was time for them to disperse and rest. Gu was about to leave when he asked, "Hey, did you guys notice that big bearded man Chu Yuni captured? What's his background? Why were his shoulders and legs injured?" By the time Gu's group arrived, Gu Beiwe had already been captured. They had no idea what had happened before that, but Gu had still noticed one person. As for Han Yunqi, she was completely focused on the fight between Long Fei Yi and Chu Yuni, as well as the 1,000-year ginkgo tree. She had no idea that Chu Yuni had captured someone else besides Emperor Shui. If she knew that that person was the white-clothed young master who had risked his life to save her, if the white-clothed young master was injured because of her, if she knew that the white-clothed young master was still paying attention to her despite his injuries, how would she feel? Unfortunately, Lil Thing was sleeping in the poison storage space and couldn't smell him. Otherwise, Lil Thing would have rushed over to its gentleman's side at the sight of his injuries. Chu Shifeng and Tang Li were too busy dealing with the archers to notice the bearded man's presence. Both of them shook their heads. Han Yunqi was only curious. "Who did you capture?" She looked towards Long Fei Yi. "Is it one of us?" "It's not." Long Fei Yi denied immediately. Although the two impersonators were dead, the fake Han Yunqi's signal not only told them they could move, but also that the Shadow Clan man had made his move. Actually, Long Fei Yi was surprised by the signal. He really was trying to sow discord between the Nether and Shadow clans to force the Shadow Clan man out, but he never expected the man to go to 1,000 Buddha Cave as well. What was he doing there? What had happened between him and Chu Yuni to injure him so badly? With that man's skills, it'd be difficult for him to fight Chu Yuni, but more than enough to escape the Nether clan's rain of arrows. Just what had happened before they went over. "Who was that?" Han Yunqi asked. "Just like your substitute. He disguised himself as one of the guards," Gu added. Long Fei Ye's eyes flashed with displeasure, but he didn't show it. Chu Shifeng had long noticed his master's expression and quickly added, "Perhaps he was after the 1,000-year ginkgo tree as well. In any case, we've already gotten the thing, so who cares? Everyone go rest. We'll set out in the afternoon." Long Fei Yi said simply before pulling Han Yunqi away. The three people left behind were all stunned. Did Long Fei Yi take the wrong medicine today? He actually told everyone to go rest. Was the sun going to rise from the west? Chapter 585. Tang Li and Gu Beiwe reacted in unison to Long Fei Ye's sudden thoughtfulness. They both rubbed their chins in thought. Chu Shifeng, on the other hand, had an inkling that this had something to do with the Shadow Clan. As expected, Long Fei Yi soon appeared in front of him after helping Han Yunqi settle down. "There are plenty of court ladies and eunuchs present. Find someone to ask around, the faster the better," Long Fei Yi said in a low voice. "Shadow Clan." Chu Shifeng blurted out. Long Fei Yi didn't reply. Chu Shifeng resentfully prepared to leave, but Long Fei Yi stopped him. "Any progress with Cloud Realm Trade Consortium?" Long Fei Yi had long kept an eye on Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. Now that Chu Tianyin had revealed the D-Clan's whereabouts, He was paying close attention to the consortium's movements on the borders between Western Zhou and Tianing. Although he didn't have 100% proof that Cloud Realm Trade Consortium was the D clan's descendant, he had to be on guard against the Chu clan colluding with the D clan at a time like this. After all, any political power or military power would be on a completely different level once it was allied with a large financial group. This subordinate will keep an eye on things. Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's current focus is on Medicine City, so there's been no movement on the borders between the two countries. This subordinate will keep investigating. Chu Tianyin replied respectfully. Long Fei Yi nodded before allowing him to leave. Shadow Clan. Long Fei, Yi muttered to himself. Actually, he'd suspected more than once that the Shadow Clan fellow knew about Han Yunqi's origins. If he tried to explain things from this angle, then everything would be clear. But if that Shadow Clan fellow knew about Han Yunqi's origins, he would have told her everything long ago. Then, he'd protect her by her side and never leave her side. That was the reason why Long Fei Yi gave up his suspicions. Long Fei Yi couldn't figure it out. No matter what, the Shadow Clan and the Nether Clan were enemies. At least he had one less worry. Where was the Shadow Clan gentleman now? How was he doing? Gu Beiwa was still in Chu Yuni's hands. Chu Yuni had taken Empress Xue hostage and only brought a dozen or so archers with him as they fled into the forest. For the past few days, they had been on their way without stopping. Firstly, they wanted to avoid the pursuit of the soldiers, and secondly, they wanted to meet up with General Chu in the east. Right now, it was the dead of night. Everyone was exhausted, so they reached a dense forest, where Chu Yuni finally ordered them to rest. The delicate Empress, Xue, was easily frightened, much less tormented. She had already fainted several times along the way and was still unconscious. As long as she wasn't dead, Chu Yuni had no time to bother with her. Chu Yuni was more interested in Gu Beiwa. He had been puzzled when he was in the Thousand Buddha Cave. Now that he was temporarily safe, he immediately questioned Gu Beiwa the moment he stopped to rest. What exactly is your relationship with the Duke of Qin? He asked coldly. Faced with Chu Yuni's questions, Gu Beiwa remained unmoved. He had just been dragged off his horse and was currently leaning against a tree with his eyes closed. Mottled moonlight scattered across his face, covering it with a beard that couldn't hide its paleness and weakness. He was dressed in the white, tight-fitting robes of Western Zhou's guards that accentuated his slender figure. Beneath the moonlight, his white robes looked holy and pure. Unfortunately, the robes were stained with the color of blood. It was a ghastly sight to behold. One arrow had pierced through his shoulder, while the other pierced his calf. The blood had stopped flowing, so it wasn't life-threatening. Still, both wounds were vital points to him. With an injury to his shoulder, it would be difficult for him to use his golden dagger. With an injury to his calf, his shadow arts were completely restricted. Even if Chu Yuni wasn't watching him right now, he still wouldn't be able to escape. His body had been weak since he was a child, but his father and grandfather had taken care of him while he soaked in medicine. He wasn't suited to martial arts, but the Shadow Clan's shadow arts needed to be passed on. For this reason, he'd suffered hardships as a child. Whether it was a scorching summer or a world of ice and snow, he had to work hard to cultivate his internal energy. Aside from his golden dagger, he didn't know much about martial arts, because he'd used all of his internal energy to support his shadow arts. Before his grandfather left, he'd asked him what he should do if he couldn't hold on one day without finding the orphan of Western Qin's imperial clan. His grandfather stroked his head for a long time before saying, Beiwa, the Shadow Clan's protectors, were originally meant to protect their most beloved with their lives. Do you know why the Shadow Clan has been protecting Western Qin's imperial clan for generations? He didn't understand, nor had he ever thought about it. He'd always been obedient and sensible from a young age. Whether it was his grandfather or his parents, he'd always obeyed their every word. When he was young, he thought his father wouldn't leave him if he was obedient. But in the end, his father still died in the medicinal tub. He thought he still had his mother, but she'd gone with his father that very day. That year, he was only 6 years old. From then on, he and his grandfather depended on each other for survival. Why? Ever since he was young, he'd been told the purpose and meaning of life. Because the ancestor of the Shadow Clan fell in love with the Empress of Western Qin. He couldn't protect her completely, but he insisted on eloping with her. In the end, the Empress died of illness while fleeing. Reaching there, his grandfather sighed very powerlessly. Beiwa, you should know, something like illness can't be exchanged for a life. Even if you're willing to take her place, you can't. Back then, he was only in his teens, still underage. His medical skills weren't as good as they were now, but he understood. His father's death was the best proof. His mother had said that, if it was possible, she was willing to bear the torment of illness and death in his father's place. Unfortunately, there were just too many things in this world that couldn't be replaced. Because of the Empress' death, the Emperor was furious and wanted to slaughter the entire Shadow Clan. The ancestor made a promise, promising the Shadow Clan to protect Western Qin's imperial clan with their lives for generations to come, never to betray them, which saved the Shadow Clan. He remembered that his grandfather had paused for a long time after he finished speaking before saying his final words. His grandfather had said, "Beiwa, you're the only one left of the Shadow Clan. If there comes a day when you meet a woman you love, protect her with all your heart. Forget about the Shadow Clan's protection." Unfortunately, the woman he'd met was her, and he'd been the one to set up the trap himself. He'd lured her to the Poison Sect's underground palace and used her blood to open the Xian gold door in the sky pit, proving her identity as the orphan of Western Qin's imperial clan. When the two kinds of protection overlapped, he had no choice, nor did he need to. Protecting was his destiny. By the time Chu Yini pulled the arrow out of Gu Beiyue's shoulder, Gu Beiwa had finally awakened from his memories. Fresh blood immediately gushed from his wound as the intense pain made him knit his brows. As a doctor, he knew better than anyone else that if he didn't treat the wound tonight, his arm would be crippled. "Just what's your relationship with the Duke of Qin and the rest?" Chu Yini asked angrily. He wasn't patient enough to hide a trace of worry in his heart. If Gu Beiwa had colluded with the Duke of Qin, why didn't he know those two were imposters? Why did he expose himself and get injured for nothing? If Gu Beiwa hadn't colluded with the Duke of Qin, then why did he risk his life to protect Han Yunqi? Chu Yuni desperately needed an answer to pacify the restless doubts in his heart. Gu Beiwa pressed a hand against his wound and glared at Chu Yuni. "Hurry and find someone to bring Jin Chuang medicine and hemostatic medicine over. Otherwise, you won't know a thing." Chu Yuni was stunned by the viciousness and determination in his eyes. He subconsciously backed away, unsure of what he was afraid of. He'd watched this child grow up, but had never seen him so cold and vicious before. Hearing Gu Beiwa's words only made Chu Yuni more doubtful. He didn't delay, but found someone to bring the medicine over. As long as there was medicine, any injury was nothing to Gu Beiwa. He didn't need anyone to help him, either. His movements were nimble as he cleaned up his wound, applied medicine, and bandaged it. Soon enough, the 2 arrow wounds were treated beautifully. Seeing this, Chu Yuni couldn't wait to ask, "Just what happened?" Gu Beiwa's eyes flashed with contempt. If not for the fact that he was facing Han Yunqi, he'd never reveal anything to Chu Yuni. After treating his wound, he felt much better and asked, "What do you mean, what happened?" "You." Chu Yuni fumed as he voiced his suspicions. Gu Beiwa smiled. "I like Qin Wangfei. It's that simple. You." Chu Yuni was surprised. "Netherclan head, I'm afraid it's impossible to find the orphan of Western Qin's imperial clan. You should know very well what your Nether clan has been up to these past few years. I'm the only one left of the Shadow Clan, and I don't have long to live either. I only want to live for myself for the next few years," Gu Beiwa intoned. Chu Yuni was surprised to find that there was no room for doubt. His Nether clan had long betrayed the Imperial clan in their hearts, much less Gubeiwe. In other words, you weren't the one who leaked the Nether clan's driving arrow arts to the Duke of Qin? Chu Yini finally understood. Gubeiwe smiled coldly. He never expected the Nether clan head to suspect him because of this. Still, he only laughed it off. He had no idea that Long Fei Yi was well aware of the relationship between the Nether and Shadow clans, so he didn't suspect Long Fei Yi of trying to sow discord. As for Chu Yuni, he only assumed that General Chu had added oil and vinegar to the fire. It wasn't strange for General Chu to frame Gu Beiwe for the sake of protecting Chu Tianyin. There was no point in overthinking things now. Chu Yuni stared at the weak Gu Beiwe as his eyes flashed with calculation. Gu Beiwe, he said, you were the one who valued sex over righteousness. Don't blame old man for being heartless in the future. What are you trying to say? Gu Beiwe asked coldly. He, tell me, if Qin Wangfei knew that Dr. Gu from Pillfiend Pharmacy was in old man's hands, would she come to save him? Chu Yuni laughed out loud. Old man will give you a chance to test Qin Wangfei's feelings for him. You better cooperate obediently. Gu Beiwe didn't express his anger, but the blood seeping out of his bandages was proof of his fury. After a while he murmured, Chu Yuni, you've offended my Shadow clan. Your crimes are grave. Your Shadow clan? One man, one clan? Chu Yuni said disdainfully. He ordered his men to watch over Gu Beiwe before storming off in a huff. With Gu Beiwe in his hands, he didn't have to worry about luring out Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi. Nor did he have to worry about settling accounts at Thousand Buddha Cave and the Poison Sect's Forbidden Grounds. He wasn't in a rush to settle accounts with Long Fei Ye's group either. Right now he was still in Western Zhou, so he had to contact General Chu as soon as possible and bring Gu Beiwe to Western Liang. Chapter 586. To Chu Yuni, his priority was to deliver Empress Shui to General Chu's hands as soon as possible so that the Chu clan could use her as a bargaining chip against Western Zhou. It had to be said that the kidnapping of the Empress was the biggest joke in Western Zhou's history, as well as its most humiliating stroke. Fortunately, Emperor Kongqing had used the embezzlement case to restrain the Chu clan and reduce the Chu clan's military strength. Otherwise, with the power the Chu clan had accumulated in Western Zhou over the years, they really might have been able to destroy Western Zhou. Although the Chu clan had mobilized troops from all over the country, it wasn't enough to fight against Emperor Kongqing's forces. Moreover, the Chu clan didn't want to waste their forces in Western Zhou. Most of the Chu clan's power was concentrated in the eastern regions of Western Zhou. Their goal was to take over the 4 eastern border cities with the least amount of losses, then join forces with Tianning to suppress Western Zhou and force them to stop fighting. As the head of a clan, Chu Yuni was well aware of the limits and power of a leader. Emperor Kongqing might be the ruler of a country with unparalleled power, but he was still bound by his own rules. If the pursuing soldiers failed to rescue Empress Shui within the next 2 to 3 months, the court officials would definitely urge Emperor Kongqing to abandon her for the greater good, especially the anti-East Palace faction. Although Empress Shui was extremely favored, in the end, she couldn't compare to the position of the throne in Emperor Kongqing's heart. Emperor Kongqing knew that if he wanted to suppress the Chu clan's rebellion in a short period of time, he couldn't remain under their control forever. He had to abandon Empress Shui. Thus, the Chu clan's advantage was only temporary. Chu Yuni had to race against time. Everyone rest well. We'll set out at first light tomorrow. Chu Yuni ordered cold. The cold night stretched on as snowflakes silently drifted down. This was the first snow of the winter season. Afraid of attracting pursuers, they didn't light fires. The archers all put on their coats and hugged each other for warmth, leaving only Gu Beiwe tied to a withered tree as the snowflakes fell on him. He looked lonely and desolate. Loneliness was when she was right in front of him, right in front of his eyes, but he was still all alone. Loneliness was when she was no longer there, but he could still see her smiling face when he closed his eyes. In this life, you are the master and I am the servant. In this life, you have married and become someone else's wife. I will protect you wholeheartedly without any regrets. As long as you are happy and safe, my life is not in vain. After the snowy night, Chuyuni's group continued to flee east. Once they were out of the mountains, they disguised themselves as peddlers and hid Empress Shui at the bottom of the carriage. Then they tied Gubeiwei up in a sack and tied him to a horse. Anyone who didn't know better would assume that they were some sort of valuable cargo. Chuyuni wasn't an idiot. Ever since that night when he'd given Gubeiwei medicine to treat his wounds, he hadn't given him any more. He knew that with Gubeiwei's ability, as long as he had enough medicine, he would be able to heal his wounds in a short period of time. Once his wounds were healed, it would be easy for him to escape. Along the way, he didn't even give Gubeiwei any rations. Instead, he only fed him cold water soaked in rations to keep him alive, so he wouldn't starve to death. Even though Gubeiwei was already very weak, Chuyuni was still afraid that Gubeiwei would find a chance to escape. Today, as they reached the outskirts of the mountains, one of Gubeiwei's guards couldn't help but ask, "Clanhead, this guy hasn't moved a muscle since last night. Could he be dead?" Gubeiwei's body might be weak, but how could he die so easily? Chuyuni didn't think so. Based on his understanding of Gubeiwei, there had to be something fishy going on here. But by nightfall, Gubeiwei still hadn't moved a muscle. Only then did Chuyuni grow alarmed. If Gubeiwei was really dead, then who would he find to dig a trap for Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi? He quickly opened up the gunny sack and saw Gubeiwei curled up in a ball. He seemed to be frozen stiff and didn't move at all. Tearing off his fake beard, Chuyuni saw Gubeiwei's clean, pale face, calm and gentle. He resembled a sleeping child with a calming power. But right now he only felt heartache. It seemed like he'd never wake up again. Chuyuni reached out with a trembling hand to check Gubeiwei's breathing, only to discover that he really wasn't breathing. He was dead. Chuyuni grew flustered and quickly bent down to check again. But at this moment, Gubeiwei suddenly spat out a needle from his mouth. Chuyuni dodged in alarm, but he couldn't avoid it completely. The needle shot straight into his right eye. "Ah!" Chuyuni cried out as he staggered backwards. He instinctively covered his eye in pain, but the movement only caused the needle to dig in deeper. Fresh blood immediately poured out of his eye. Only then did Gubeiwei open his eyes. Cold as he stared at Chuyuni, his lips quirked up into a contemptuous smirk. This man could even look down on others with such indifference. Actually, he'd been planning for a long time to kill Chuyuni with a single needle. But in the end, he'd missed his eye by a hair's breadth. For the sake of this one needle, he'd paid a hefty price. When faced with such an outcome, he wasn't annoyed or displeased, and he just smiled in a carefree manner. Yet he vividly displayed his disdain. In the end, this needle had hit a vital point. What kind of formidable archer could shoot an arrow after being blinded in one eye? Chuyuni was now a cripple. When Chuyuni saw Gubeiwei's mocking smile with his other eye, he angrily kicked the man to the ground. "Someone come, find a doctor, quick, quick!" His anger betrayed his fear. He knew better than anyone else how important his eyes were to him. Like a crazed beast, he covered his eye and spun in circles. His eye hurt so much that it felt like it was being pricked by needles. He was going to go blind. What to do? How was he supposed to shoot an arrow if he was blind? How was he supposed to be the clan head? "Doctor! Someone come! Hurry and find a doctor! Hurry! Doctor!" His frenzied cries left the surrounding archers speechless. Cloud Realm Continent's most formidable doctor was right before their eyes. But he was also their most merciful and cruel executioner. Once a doctor wanted to kill, he'd be the most terrifying assassin in the world. They were all too familiar with a person's fatal points. Where were they supposed to find another doctor in the middle of nowhere? Finally, one of the bolder archers replied, "Clan head, it's still a day and night's journey from here to the nearest town." Why don't we? He wanted to say that it was better for the clan head to make the trip himself than find a doctor. Unfortunately, he didn't get to finish before Chu Yuni turned to glare at him. One of his eyes was bleeding profusely, while the other was glaring at him with bloodshot eyes. His hair was disheveled, and his blood-stained face made him look like a fiend. The archer subconsciously backed away, not daring to speak. Still, his words woke up the crazed Chu Yuni. Empress Shui and Gu Beiwa were both here, so he couldn't leave. But Gu Beiwa was a doctor himself. He charged at Gu Beiwa like a madman, narrowly missing a kick to his heart. Still, he held back. He viciously hauled Gu Beiwa to his feet and roared, "Gu Beiwa, treat me this instant. Otherwise, old man will take your life." Gu Beiwa's body was very, very weak. After all, the only reason he'd been able to spit out a needle to injure Chu Yuni was because he'd been sealing off his meridians for the past few days to keep himself in a state of suspended animation. Since last night, he'd been faking his death for an entire day and night. That was already his limit. From a medical perspective, his body's condition was the same as when he was actually dead. If he kept it up for too long, it'd turn into reality. This was a medical skill that went against the laws of heaven. Once it was used, it would lead to retribution. His already weak body would only get worse. And yet he was still smiling. It wasn't self-mockery, conceit, or madness. In fact, there wasn't even a trace of disdain in his voice. It was so faint that it was impossible to ignore it. If there had never been another her in this world, he'd probably always be so indifferent. His white robes were stained with blood, and his body was so weak that he couldn't even stand straight. But there were no signs of him being half dead, much less in dire straits. In contrast, Chu Yuni was a true weakling. No matter how fierce he was, he still had a favor to ask. "What are you smiling about?" "Gu Beiwa, my nether clan has treated you well. Why do you repay kindness with enmity?" "Gu Beiwa, do you hear me? Speak. Are you going to treat me or not?" Chu Yuni grabbed Gu Beiwa by the collar and shoved him aside with all his might. He'd lost all of his composure as a clan head. "Old man will kill you." Chu Yuni unsheathed an arrow from his back and prepared to stab Gu Beiwa in the heart when Gu Beiwa finally spoke up. "Give me medicine so I can heal my wounds. Otherwise, I promise there'll be no medicine left to save you. Treat old man's eyes first." Chu Yuni roared. "You only have two choices. Give me medicine or kill me," Gu Beiwa said. Chu Yuni was so angry that he roared a few more times. He had to ask, "Are you going to treat old man's eyes or not?" "If my wounds are healed, I'll treat them for you. If not, your eyes will be ruined," Gu Beiwa said before adding, "Even if you can invite the Medical Academy's head elder to help, it'll be useless." Chu Yuni fumed. Unfortunately, he had no choice but to order someone to deliver Gu Beiwa medicine. Gu Beiwa didn't panic when he saw only Jin Chuang ointment. Chu Yuni should know that the longer he delayed treatment, the more dangerous it'd be. Thus, Chu Yuni would have gone to find the best medicine without any urging. As soon as they reached the county, Chu Yuni went to see a doctor. Unfortunately, the doctor was powerless to reverse the situation. All he did was treat his wounds and bandage them, then declare him blind in the right eye. Chu Yuni had no choice but to believe Gu Beiwa's threats. As Gu Beiwa predicted, he immediately went to find a pile of expensive medicinal ingredients. He assumed that Gu Beiwa would recover quickly and made strict arrangements to prevent Gu Beiwa from escaping. But this time, Gu Beiwa seemed to be seriously injured. His wounds refused to heal. Was he really unable to recover, or was Gu Beiwa delaying it? Chu Yuni had no idea, but he didn't think Gu Beiwa had any reason to delay. Chapter 587. Gu Beiwa's injuries weren't good, so Chu Yuni was on guard against him. He couldn't rush the man, so all he could do was wait for the man to continue heading east. Long Fei Ye's group was heading east as well. Gu had no interest in these court battles, but was planning to help Han Yunchi get the wood of 10,000 poisons before leaving. After all, he had to keep searching for the fire and metal of 10,000 poisons. In order to use the poison sect to deal with the medical academy, he'd done plenty of research on it. Unfortunately, he knew nothing about these two things. After finding out about head elderling's whereabouts in West Liang, Gu suddenly didn't want to leave. He didn't mind taking care of head elderling first, since he couldn't destroy the medical academy for now. He'd already thought of ways to torture the man over the past few days and couldn't wait to follow Long Fei to West Liang to stir things up. As for Long Fei, he was still keeping an eye on the bearded man who'd been taken away from Thousand Buddha Cave. Unfortunately, Chu Shifeng didn't find out anything. Your Highness, everyone at Thousand Buddha Cave that day besides us and Chu Yunyi's group were all killed to silence them. Not a single one was left alive, Chu Shifeng reported in a low voice before adding. Even the monks weren't spared. Long Fei wasn't surprised. Times of war were scarier than anything else. Emperor Kongcheng would never allow news of the 1,000-year ginkgo tree to spread. That was good too. It'd save them some trouble. And Chu Yunyi's group wouldn't be able to confirm whether they'd gotten the wood of 10,000 poisons. The world was vast, so there were bound to be people who knew about the perplexing butterfly illusion. If news of this got out, it'd be bad for them. Long Fei was more curious about Emperor Kongcheng's reaction after learning of the Chu clan's nether clan identity. Han Yunchi was interested as well. With the chaos of war right now, Kongcheng won't expose the Chu clan secrets until he's fully grasped the situation. It wasn't clear when it started, but whenever Han Yunchi commented on the political situation, no one would answer her if Long Fei didn't reply. After Han Yunchi finished speaking, there was silence. She even suspected that she would become the king of awkward silence. In fact, everyone was afraid of making a bet with her. They were worried that if they accidentally mentioned another bet while chatting, it would be another tragedy. After a while, Chu Shifeng finally asked weakly, "Esteemed Wang Fei, shouldn't Emperor Kongcheng have revealed the Chu clan's secret to the world?" The fiends had betrayed the royal family of Western Qin, and they had a bad reputation. Someone will definitely hit you when you're down. Chu Shifeng clearly had a different opinion, but he was acting so modest. Tang Li chuckled and did not say anything. If someone hits you when you're down, someone will come to your rescue. Once the news came out, wouldn't those bunch of dog slaves who supported the East Qin imperial family back then all jump out one by one? Gu said with a snicker. Chu Shifeng stole a glance at the Duke of Qin, who was expressionless and unmoved. Even so, Chu Shifeng still felt his hair stand on end. Dog slaves? Long Fei asked with amusement. Whether they're masters or slaves, which one of them is good when it comes to fighting for power and profit? Gu laughed disdainfully. For the first time, Han Yunchi discovered that the heartless Gu had a cynical side to him. Actually, Han Yunchi didn't care much about Eastern and Western Qin. If not for that gentleman from the Shadow Clan and the Chu clan secret, she probably wouldn't have time to find out more. When Long Fei didn't answer, Gu purposely sat down next to him and tilted his head. Hey, how many nobles did the East Qin imperial family have in their hands? Not many, I don't think. Both Chu Shifeng and Tang Li blanched at his words. In truth, their fright was unnecessary because Gu had no idea of Long Fei's true identity. He only suspected that Long Fei had good relations with the Tang clan based on Tang Li. Gu Qixiao wasn't interested in Long Fei's identity either. He was only interested in the man's abilities. No one knew what Long Fei was thinking right now. His face was still expressionless, but he told Gu the truth. Just the black and white nobles. The White Clan was the Bailey clan of the mermaids, but that was just an internal name. Besides the East Qin imperial clan and the mermaids themselves, no one knew that the White Clan was a special branch of the ancient mermaids who could leave the water for long periods of time to move about on land. Without a doubt, the White Clan's secret skill was to dive underwater. They were invincible in the water. When the Tang clan found the White clan, they began to infiltrate Tianning and form a navy. They borrowed Tianning's strength to raise their own military strength. As for the Black clan, neither the Tang clan nor Long Fei Yi himself had any news of them. Still, they were only investigating in secret, not out in the open. The Black clan wasn't a loyal clan in the past, but had no choice but to rely on the East Qin imperial clan. Thus, Long Fei Yi was especially cautious about this matter. Just the Black and White clans? In that case, Western Qin's imperial clan is very popular. Gu grinned. The Shadow, Di, Nether, and Wind clans are all on the side of Western Qin's imperial clan, right? The Nether clan was the last to defect, Han Yunqi said, then added, "Only the Li clan is neutral." "Poison lass, you know quite a bit." Gu grinned. "That's why. As soon as the Chu clan's secret is exposed, the Shadow, Di, and Wind clan's descendants will definitely seek revenge," Han Yunqi said in support of her previous point of view. But Long Fei Yi only laughed. "Do you think loyalty is something that everyone has?" Long Fei Yi asked. "Western Qin's imperial clan has already been destroyed. The Shadow clan, who used their lives to protect Western Qin's imperial clan, is still living. Where do the 7 noble families' loyalty come from?" Gu laughed as well. Long Fei Yi didn't speak. Han Yunqi knew she'd misunderstood. She'd overestimated the 7 noble families and their human nature. "Aya, what's the point of talking so much? Let's bet on when that old thief Kong Cheng will reveal the Chu clan's secret to the world." Gu's words made Tang Li and Chu Shifeng bow their heads in unison. Long Fei Yi didn't speak either. Han Yunqi replied, "I won't bet." Both Tang Li and Chu Shifeng looked up at Han Yunqi at the same time, their expressions the same as one of surprise. "What are you doing?" Han Yunqi asked warmly. "Nothing." Chu Shifeng lowered his head again. "Did I look at you?" Tang Li gave a cold snort before averting his eyes. Han Yunqi only felt that these 2 men were acting strangely. Something's wrong with their heads. As for betting, she'd never bet on anything she wasn't certain of. Thus, she'd never lose. Although they weren't betting, they'd kept an eye on Emperor Kong Cheng's movements as they headed east. They'd kept an eye on the Chu clan situation, as well as Empress Xue's whereabouts. In the span of a month, the Chu clan troops had retreated east. For some reason, Emperor Kongcheng hadn't revealed the Chu clan secret. He'd used all of Western Zhou's military forces against the Chu clan, forcing them to retreat step by step. How could a single clan resist the might of an entire nation before its wings were fully fledged? Just when everyone was certain that the Chu clan would lose, news of a shocking event broke out in West Liang that shocked all of Cloud Realm continent. Empress Chu had tripped in front of Emperor Tianhui's sickbed and given birth prematurely. She'd given birth to a 7-month-old baby boy who was still alive. News of the baby's birth didn't spread out of the palace, but the next day all of West Liang was talking about the dazzling golden light that had appeared in the skies of the imperial palace last night. Very soon, news of the golden light signaling the arrival of the holy sage spread throughout the city. A few days later, all of Tianning country had heard of the news. Emperor Tianhui had seen Empress Chu fall and bleed with his own eyes, so he was convinced that she'd been born prematurely. He was still marveling at the fact that his imperial son was still alive when he heard the news. Naturally, he was overjoyed and bestowed upon him the courtesy name Zun. Despite the constant pleas of the other imperial sons, some of whom even risked their lives to persuade Emperor Tianhui that premature babies wouldn't live long, Emperor Tianhui still insisted on making Chu Qingge the crown prince. Emperor Kongcheng was still in the morning court when he heard the news. He suddenly stood up from his dragon throne, startling all of his officials to their knees. Golden light signaling the arrival of the holy sage. Could it be? Emperor Kongcheng muttered to himself as he recalled the words of the 1000 Buddha Caves Abbot. Predestination. Could it be that the disappearance of the ginkgo tree was predestination, and the birth of a holy sage from the Chu clan's daughter was predestination as well? Was Western Zhou going to rise from his hands? No. Emperor Kongcheng was lost in his thoughts as he shook his head. Your Majesty, this is all heresy to mislead the masses. As this old official sees it, that premature child must be a full-term baby. West Liang has already fallen under the Chu clan's control. That's why they're putting on such a show. Your Majesty, you mustn't diminish your own might by raising the spirits of others. Your Majesty, abandon the Empress and kill the Chu clan troops. Finally, someone in the imperial court formally proposed abandoning the Empress. If not for the fact that the Empress was in the Chu clan's hands, Emperor Kongcheng would have been even more ruthless. Your Majesty, if we don't make a move now, Tianning's troops will cross the border and reinforce the 3 eastern prefectures. Your Majesty, Emperor Tian Hui has plenty of soldiers in his hands. Now they're all in the Chu clan's hands. Emperor Kongcheng's expression was grave as the officials tried to persuade him. He needed time to think things over. Meanwhile, Long Feiyi and the rest weren't surprised by the news. Golden light signaling the arrival of the holy sage. Only they could think of something like that. Han Yunqi laughed coldly. She'd seen plenty of such tricks in both official and unofficial histories. Still, it had to be said that such tricks could fool not only the common people, but the monarchs as well. Long Fei, you naturally didn't believe it, even if he didn't know the truth of the premature birth. He'd never believe such things. As for Gu, he was more concerned about how long-head Elderling would stay in Western Liang. At the very least, he'd still be there by the time they arrived. Soon enough, all of the Chu clan troops retreated to the eastern regions of Western Zhou and occupied Yuyin, Fonglin, and Yaoshui prefectures that bordered Western Zhou and Tianning. Western Zhou's troops had reached the city walls as well, and the Chu clan had used Empress Shui as a hostage to threaten the 2 armies. Empress Shui's in danger. Tang, Li exclaimed in a scholarly manner. His white robes made him look like a scholar. Emperor Kongcheng's going to have a headache. Chu Shifeng grinned. Han Yunqi hesitated, but still asked openly, if the crown prince is grounded, will the princess not show up to save her mother? Although Duanmu Yao wasn't Western Zhou's princess, she was still a member of Celestial Mountain, a powerful backer. They were mother and daughter after all. Duanmu Yao wouldn't be so heartless, would she? Just as Long Feiyi was about to reply, another unexpected piece of news arrived. Chapter 588. To Han Yunqi and the rest, this news was even more surprising than Chu Qingga's early delivery. Cloud Realm Trade Consortium was openly supporting the Chu clan and providing them with large amounts of grain and weapons. It has to be them. The D clan has to be them. Tang Li was very excited. Definitely. Master, Chu Tianyin is lying. The Chu clan long knew of the D clan's whereabouts, and they're on good terms with them. Chu Shifeng chimed in. His Highness Duke of Qin had told him to investigate Cloud Realm Trade Consortium for a long time. Long before Ouyang Ningnua had colluded with Juni Xie to fish on Fishery Island, His Highness Duke of Qin had been paying close attention to Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. He'd done so precisely because he had his suspicions. Cloud Realm Trade Consortium had started out by trading at the border regions. Within a few short years, they'd spread their businesses throughout Tianning and Western Zhou and even northernly. They developed into one of Cloud Realm Continent's wealthiest groups. How could such a business be possible without solid foundations? Which self-made person didn't have investors behind them? The Duke of Qin had once suspected that Cloud Realm Trade Consortium was either part of the D clan itself, or they were controlling it from behind the scenes. Now the truth had come to light. Ouyang Ningnua. Looks like his surname isn't Ouyang but Ning. Tang Li mused. And that Ouyang Ningjing? Her surname is Ning, but her first name is Jing? Han Yunqi remained silent. She really had misunderstood before. Eastern and Western Qin had been destroyed so long ago. Why would the descendants of the 7 noble families talk about loyalty and loyalty now? The Nether clan's Chu clan was the executioner who'd killed the last imperial prince of Western Qin. They were once loyal merchants of Western Qin, but now they were colluding with the Nether clan as well. What future prospects did merchants have if they didn't work with officials and military officials? Once they gained the support of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium and Empress Shui, it looked like the Chu clan was determined to conquer the 3 eastern prefectures of Western Zhou. Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. Long Fei Yi grew interested. Chu Shifeng, send a letter back to the Commander-in-Chief's estate in the South regions. Just say that your lordship wants to reduce taxes on the land and increase taxes on merchants. Also, Cloud Realm Trade Consortium is involved in politics. All grain crops in the South Central regions are prohibited from being sold to them. Not long ago, the Commander-in-Chief's office in South Central wanted to reform the tax system for the coming year. He had specially sent a letter to ask for Long Fei Ye's opinion, but Long Fei Yi had not replied. Now was an opportunity. At this critical juncture, he replied, "Reduce the land tax, give the business tax." Although it seemed simple, it actually had a profound meaning. The trade between the South Central regions was the most developed in all of Cloud Realm continent. The taxes there were high to begin with, but if they were raised even higher, the merchants would be earning money for the imperial court. This was a huge blow to Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. As for banning the sale of grain, his reason could be said to be perfectly justified. Once this news was out, it would definitely win the hearts of the people. How could the common people know about so many complicated relationships? They only cared about food, clothing, and peace. Would the South Central Commander-in-Chief's office take Long Fei Ye's opinion seriously? No, they will just take it as an order and carry it out immediately. Su Donglin, send a message to Medicine City's Council of Elders. Just say that this Wang Fei is reminding them not to forget their promise of a year, Han Yunqi said. Medicine City had agreed to cut off all trade with Cloud Realm Trade Consortium within a year. All of Cloud Realm continent's medicinal ingredients had to fall into Pill Fiend Pharmacy's hands. Although only a few months had passed, Han Yunqi still wanted to remind Medicine City at this critical juncture. Once war broke out, both grain and medicine would run short. 2 days later, the Duke of Qin's words reached the South Central Commander-in-Chief's office. That group of people didn't even wait until the new year to implement the policy of reduce the land tax, give the business tax that very month. Moreover, they used extremely forceful methods to ban all grain sales from Cloud Realm Trade Consortium in the South Central regions. Both Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi were surprised by the news. Those people in the South Central regions really wanted nothing more than for the world to be in chaos. They wanted nothing more than for the Duke of Qin to start a war and conquer the lands. Meanwhile, Cloud Realm Trade Consortium heard the news and held an emergency meeting at Tianning's borders. In the past, Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's meetings would be held in the main hall, but this time it was held in a secret room in a luxurious mansion. It was for no other reason than the D clan head himself. That's right, Cloud Realm Trade Consortium was under the D clan's control. Even the head of the consortium, Ouyang Mingjing, had rushed back from Medicine City. The secret room was large and spacious but very dim. Aside from a rectangular table and chairs in the center of the room, there was nothing else. The table was very long, but only a single chair was attached to it. It was the seat of honor at the very front. It wasn't time for the meeting yet, but there was already a man sitting there. He was dressed in black robes that hid himself in the shadows, emanating an incomparably mysterious aura from head to toe. He wasn't sitting upright, but casually crossed his legs and leaned against the chair's armrest with his left hand propped against it. In the darkness, he was kissing the ring on his thumb, which glowed with a faint white light. Anyone who knew what it was would know that it was the most expensive item in Cloud Realm Continent, violet jade ice crystal. His face was covered with a bronze mask, which only covered his mouth and nose like a mask. He looked quite young, with a pair of thick brows and large eyes. It was unclear what he was staring at in the shadows, but he was currently lost in thought. His gaze was extremely arrogant. Very soon, people began to trickle into the room. Soon enough, everyone was gathered on either side of the table. The first person to stand on his left was none other than Ouyangning Nuo. Although he had been stripped of his position as head of the consortium, he was still a respected member of the D clan. As the fourth son of the first wife, he would be fine as long as his eldest brother didn't punish him, no matter how big of a mistake he made. The first seat on the man's right was empty, while the second seat was occupied by Ouyangning Jing, who had rushed back from Medicine City. She was the second young miss of the first wife of the D clan. Unlike other women, she always wore men's clothes. Her hair was all tied up, not to hide her identity as a woman, but because she disliked women who got in the way. She preferred men's clothes to be straightforward and nimble. It had to be said that her looks were too striking. She was of average height and had a thin figure. Moreover, she never bothered to hide her name, so everyone knew she was a woman and had gotten used to her men's clothes. Although she was young, her gaze was calm and steady, making her look especially capable and experienced. The empty seat next to her naturally belonged to the eldest young Mississippi. She never attended Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's meetings, so this time was no exception. The man sitting at the table was the eldest son of the first wife of the D clan and the current head of the clan. His name was Ouyang Ningcheng, or more accurately, he should be called Ningcheng. The word Cheng and Ouyang Ning Nua's Nua combined to form the word promise. There had to be a deeper meaning to the name, but only they knew what it meant. "Big bro, everyone's here," Ouyang Ning Nua said. Ouyang Ningcheng ignored him, lost in his own thoughts. Ouyang Ning Nua was about to speak up when he saw Ouyang Ningjing glaring at him. He shrugged his shoulders and fell silent. Just like that, everyone remained standing for a full 2 hours. Finally, Ouyang Ningcheng stood up and tossed back, "You're all dismissed." Just like that, Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's most secretive meeting ended without a single word being discussed. Everyone shot questioning looks at Ouyang Ningjing. She was now the head of the consortium, so she had to give them an explanation. Ouyang Ningjing's sharp gaze swept over them before she said cold, "What's the rush?" The clan head naturally has his own plans. President Jing, then Medicine City's side. Someone couldn't help but speak up. Medicine City had already stopped supplying them with a number of medicinal ingredients, all of which were popular. Once they stopped supplying them for a long time, the merchants on the next floor would definitely have complaints. Ouyang Ningjing said without hesitation, "Pass down my orders to stop all business with Medicine City. Medicine City broke the agreement first, so they should compensate us. Before the settlement is settled, all of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's income from medicinal ingredients will be shared with Medicine City." Everyone grew alarmed at her words. "President Jing, think thrice. President Jing will be the ones to suffer losses if we stop selling medicinal ingredients. President Jing, now's not the time to be angry. You've been in Medicine City for so long? Have you been there all this time for nothing?" The clamor in the room almost drowned out Ouyang Ningjing, but she remained unmoved. She stood there with her chin raised and a cold gaze at the crowd, allowing them to shout as they wished. Her courage, aura, and charisma were no less inferior to any man's. Seeing that Ouyang Ningjing didn't make a sound, the people who were shouting gradually shut their mouths. Ouyang Ningjing sat down on the table with her arms crossed before she spoke. "Those who object, please step forward. This president will give you 1 year to negotiate with Medicine City. If you can reach an agreement, the position of president will be yours. Is anyone willing? Step forward." The crowd grew even quieter at her words. No one dared to step forward. Although they weren't clear on the relationship between the Wang clan and the Duke of Qin, They were clear that Han Yunqi was the king of medicine's disciple. Medicine City revered the king of medicine, so they didn't dare to offend Han Yunqi. The only way to avoid offending Han Yunqi was to end their cooperation with Cloud Realm Trade Consortium and give all their medicinal ingredients to Pill Fiend Pharmacy. Even Ouyang Ningjing had failed to reach an agreement after months of negotiations. So who else could do it? Not to mention 1 year. Even if he was given 10 years, it would still be impossible. After waiting for a while, seeing that no one stood up, Ouyang Ningjing asked coldly, "Since you all know it's impossible, why are you still wasting time here?" At this, someone spoke up timidly. "President Jing, although we can't reach an agreement, you can't just cut off all our cooperation just like that. Although we won't lose money in the long run." Before he could finish, Ouyang Ningjing coldly cut him off. "In the long run? How long can it last? Do you know how many branches Pill Fiend Pharmacy has open now?" 53. The person replied honestly. "Wrong. Yesterday, they opened another branch in a coastal city in Tian Country, making it a total of 54 branches. How many branches do you think Pill Fiend Pharmacy needs to open before it can control Cloud Realm Continent's medicinal ingredients market?" Ouyang Ningjing asked next. "At least 300 branches, big and small," the person replied. "Wrong. 100 is enough, because Pill Fiend Pharmacy started selling its ingredients to small and medium pharmacies last month. Moreover, they're selling them at very low prices. Not only do they not make any money, they even have to pay for the shipping costs out of their own pockets." Everyone was stunned by Ouyang Ningjing's words. Even the silent Ouyang Ningnua was taken aback. Pill Fiend Pharmacy's move was too smart. With this method, they'd monopolize the entire medicinal ingredients market within half a year. Rather than wasting time with Medicine City without any results, we might as well accuse them of breaking the agreement early and keep all of their profits. Ouyang Ningjing added, "Cloud Realm Trade Consortium and Medicine City had a year-end bonus agreement. Cloud Realm Trade Consortium would deduct the shipping costs and costs, then split the profits with Medicine City. Thus, all of the profits for this year would still belong to Cloud Realm Trade Consortium." Compared to Ouyang Ningnua, Ouyang Ningjing was more cunning and decisive. Everyone was convinced, but Ouyang Ningjing said something even more admirable. She said, Chapter 589. Ouyang Ningjing said, "This president has already reached an agreement with the Northern Dynasty's emperors. Northernly is willing to rent 3 snowy mountains to Cloud Realm Trade Consortium, including the one the Mu clan used before. This president hasn't spent the past few months in Medicine City for nothing. The Mu and Xie clans have a total of 10 pharmacists who have signed lifetime contracts with the consortium. They'll all go to the snowy mountains next spring to plant medicinal ingredients." As soon as Ouyang Ningjing finished speaking, the crowd erupted in applause. Even Ouyang Ningnua had to admit that he couldn't compare. His big sister really had more tricks up her sleeves than he did. She'd actually managed to reach an agreement with the Northern Dynasty's emperors. If Jun Yixia knew about this, what would he think? Of course, Ouyang Ningnua was more eager to see Han Yunqi's reaction. Still, they'd probably keep this a secret for now. In any case, they'd scammed Medicine City for some of money. Once they harvested the high-yielding plants from the snowy mountains, they'd at least have a fair share of the market, even if they couldn't monopolize the market like before. "Second sister, I think you should stay in the consortium forever. Don't get married." Ouyang Ningnua smiled. "Get married? This young lady will only take in a son-in-law." Ouyang Ningjing said coldly. The crowd dispersed, thoroughly convinced, but Ouyang Ningnua couldn't help but ask, "Second sister, big brother, what does he mean? Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi aren't easy to deal with." "I don't know." Ouyang Ningjing was blunt. "But I trust that big brother will amaze the world with a single brilliant feat after staying in seclusion for so long." Fine, it's fine as long as he can avenge me. Ouyang Ning Nua trusted his big brother as well, especially this time when Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi were in the open while they were in the shadows. Their chances of victory were high. After stepping down as president, he had nothing better to do, so he could ask around for information about the poison sex perplexing butterfly illusion. Although Long Fei Yi hadn't publicly supported Western Zhou's imperial clan, his suppression of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium was a pleasant surprise to Emperor Kongqing. The various factions of the Western Zhou dynasty had been arguing for several days. The Western Zhou army and the Chu army had been confronting each other in the 3 cities of the eastern border for nearly half a month. If Emperor Kongqing were to give up on Empress Shui and attack the city by force, he would have a chance of winning. But if he didn't, with the Chu clan keeping the Empress in check, it would be difficult to continue the battle. A stalemate wasn't a big deal, but Chu Qingga's son had already been made the crown prince. Most likely, West Liang would make a move soon enough. Once they sent reinforcements to the Chu clan, there'd be a lot of fighting going on. For the Duke of Qin to publicly suppress Cloud Realm Trade Consortium at a time like this was a declaration of his stance. Emperor Kongqing was waiting for the Duke of Qin to suppress the Chu clan's power in West Liang. Most likely, the entire world was thinking the same thing as Emperor Kongqing. Even Long Tianma was waiting. General Mu, the King of Qin, will definitely support Fourth Brother. In Western capital, only Fourth Brother is capable. These days, if Long Tianma wasn't running to General Mu's residence, he would often summon the Mu family's father and son to the imperial study. Once they met, they would talk for the entire day. He was very agitated. This time, General Mu didn't deny his views. General Mu nodded and said, "It can only be the 4th imperial prince." "Father, once the Duke of Qin publicly supports the 4th imperial prince, should we bide our time?" Mu Qingguo asked anxiously. General Mu thought for a long time before stroking his beard with a sigh. The situation is a mess. Indeed, it was a mess right now. Not only did it involve the country, but other powers as well. Even Cloud Realm Trade Consortium has been dragged in. I wonder what Celestial Mountain will do. General Mu muttered to himself. Empress Shui was Duanmu Yao's birth mother, so the girl would never sit by and do nothing. In the end, General Mu said, "Let's wait and see for now." Long Tianma and Mu Qingguo were both young and full of vigor. Hearing those words made them feel powerless, but even Long Tianma, the ruler of a nation, didn't say a word. He had already learned his lesson and viewed General Mu as his military advisor. A complicated look flickered past Mu Qingguo's eyes when he saw Long Tianma's silence. He had a vague feeling that Tian would eventually become a neutral country in Cloud Realm Continent under his father's leadership. His father was a classic example of a conservative, neutral faction. Currently, Celestial Mountain had made no moves, so Western Liang's decisions would affect the overall situation. Thus, while Western Zhou's imperial family was at war with the Chu clan, the world was more interested in the contest between Chu Qingga's faction and the Duke of Qin's faction. Of course, no one besides the Chu clan knew that their eldest son, Chu Tianyin, had long fallen into the Duke of Qin's hands. Aye, so in the end we've run into Chu Qingga again? Han Yunqi sighed with a smile. She knew that her previous contest with Chu Qingga had been a private one. Now it involved a wide range of people. Esteemed Wang Fei, aren't you overestimating Chu Qingga too much? Chu Qingga can only nurse her children now. Her father's still the one controlling the situation, Chu Shifeng said seriously. That old thief, Tianhui's woman, can't compare to the Duke of Qin's. Tang Li said disdainfully. Gu immediately looked at him as if wanting to say something, but after a pause he fell silent. Long Fei Yi looked at Tang Li as well, but remained silent. Obviously, Long Fei Yi and Gu were of different moods. Han Yunqi was only sighing with emotion. She really didn't think much of Chu Qingga, so she ignored Tang Li to ask Long Fei Yi, "Why aren't you moving yet?" "I heard Tianhui's almost done for." They had already been stationed at Tianning's borders for days. Long Fei, you really did want to support the fourth imperial prince against Chu Qingga, but he hadn't made a move yet. Yesterday, his scouts had reported that Emperor Tianhui's illness was beyond cure and could pass away at any time. Once Emperor Tianhui died, the crown prince would ascend the throne perfectly, justifiably. He was still so young. So Empress Dowager Chu Qingga would definitely hold court behind the curtain. Then the Chu clan would have the final say. Long Fei Yi was about to reply when a guard came to report. Your Highness, the fourth imperial prince is outside asking for an audience. Everyone was surprised by the news. How did the fourth imperial prince know they were here? And why did he come knocking on their door? This was Long Fei Ye's courtyard by the borders, so not many people knew about it. Moreover, they didn't make any big movements here, so it wouldn't attract any attention. Isn't the fourth imperial prince a little too resourceful? Everyone exchanged glances. Long Fei Yi seemed surprised as well, a complicated look flashing past his eyes before he signaled for the guard to bring them inside. Tianshi greets Imperial Uncle and Imperial Aunt. Fourth Imperial Prince Long Tianshi had disguised himself to look like a noble young master. As soon as he entered, he fell to his knees and called them Imperial Uncle and Imperial Aunt in an affectionate manner. Back in Tianning's capital city, Crown Prince Long Tianma had been both respectful and fearful of the Duke of Qin, to say nothing of the other imperial princes. Gu and the rest had long left the room. Han Yunqi sat lazily in her seat and gave Long Tianshi a once-over. Her instincts told her that she didn't like him, so she simply drank her tea without a word. Long Fei Yi raised a hand to indicate that Long Tianshi should rise and take a seat. Long Tianshi even sat down respectfully. Imperial uncle, my imperial father, I. Long Fei Yi ignored him, so Long Tianshi had no choice but to finish a sentence. I'm afraid he won't make it to the 15th. The 15th was already the 7th day of the new year. Long Tianshi waited for the Duke of Qin to speak, but he remained silent. After some hesitation, he finally rose to his feet and fell to one knee. Imperial Uncle Qin, today Tianshi represents all of Tianning civil and military officials to invite the Duke of Qin into the palace and persuade Imperial Father to remove the Crown Prince. If Imperial Father insists on having a premature baby as the Crown Prince, then we are willing to recommend Imperial Uncle Qin to take the throne and eradicate the Chu clan's Demon King gang. We will restore Tianning's might. Even though Long Tianshi looked like a lackey, the things he did one after another were completely unexpected. Han Yunqi assumed that Long Tianshi had come to ask for help. But who knew he'd say something like this? Was he going to push the Duke of Qin out to fight the Chu clan for the throne? Needless to say, the current situation was really a great opportunity. Once Long Fei Yi took over Tianning, the south-central regions would definitely surrender. Then it'd be no problem to deal with Tian, where Long Tianmo resided. If what Long Tianshi said was true, then Tianning country really could restore its might. Unfortunately, Long Fei Yi wasn't so narrow-minded. If he wanted Tianning, why would he wait until now to destroy it? All of the civil and military officials? Long Fei Yi asked with interest. Long Tianshi couldn't wait to reply. Exactly. The military officials include 3 elite troops from the east and south, as well as a cavalry battalion from the north. Long Tianshi snuck a glance at the Duke of Qin before continuing. Imperial Uncle, I won't hide it from you. Great General Ning didn't express his stance at first, but a few days ago, Empress Chu beat up noble Consort Ning. In his anger, Great General Ning almost led his troops into the palace, but was stopped by a few officials. Great General Ning is in the west capital. Long Fei Yi asked again. Great General Ning's already been there for a few days. Moreover, he's already issued orders to the entire cavalry battalion. Within 5 days, 100,000 soldiers will head south to guard the western borders. Great General Ning is on guard against the Chu clan troops. Long Tianshi replied. Han Yunqi was slightly bewildered. Great General Ning's military strength was enough to usurp the throne. Although noble Consort Ning was childless, if Chu Qingge could give birth prematurely, why couldn't she fake a child? Everyone said that Great General Ning was loyal and devoted to Tianning's imperial family. Could it be that this was true? Thus, he had no choice but to have Long Tianshi beg Long Fei. It wasn't just Long Tianshi. Han Yunqi was waiting for Long Fei's reply as well. But Long Fei only said, "Go back first. Your lordship will send someone to give you an answer in 3 days." "Thank you, Imperial Uncle Qin." Long Tianshi was very happy. With Imperial Uncle Qin's personality, the fact that he'd consider the matter meant that there was hope. As soon as Long Tianshi left, Han Yunqi spoke up. "Long Fei Yi, what do you think?" She couldn't see through him, because she didn't know much about Great General Ning. But she had a feeling that the 4th Imperial Prince's trip wasn't the idea of the court officials, but Great General Ning alone. Emperor Tian Hui wouldn't listen to persuasion at a time like this, especially Long Fei Ye's. Thus, Great General Ning had sent the 4th Imperial Prince here to test whether the Duke of Qin had any interest in the throne. The 4th Imperial Prince's idiot probably assumed that Great General Ning was trying to support him and was secretly pleased with himself. When Long Fei Yi didn't reply, Han Yunqi asked next, "Does this Great General Ning really want to push you onto the throne? Or does he already have the heart to fight for the throne and fear you, so he came to test you out?" Long Fei Yi looked back at Han Yunqi and beckoned her over with a finger. Faced with his actions, Han Yunqi couldn't help but shuffle over to scoot closer. Long Fei spoke in a low voice by her ear. It wasn't clear what he said, but Han Yunqi grew alarmed. How is that possible? Chapter 590. As for Great General Ning's motives, Long Fei Ye's opinion shocked Han Yunqi, because Long Fei Yi suspected that Great General Ning was related to the D clan. How is that possible? Han Yunqi couldn't believe it. If that was true, then the D clan had hidden themselves too deeply. They controlled a third of Tianning's military strength, but they were so patient that they hadn't betrayed them yet. But that wasn't the most important part. If that was true, then the D clan's strength couldn't be underestimated. Great General Ning originally only controlled Tianning's cavalry, but Emperor Tian Hui had moved the capital west after Tianning's internal strife. Out of consideration for Great General Ning's loyalty, he'd given him the tiger tally for the 2 armies that had followed him west. He'd been conferred the title of Tianning's Great General and held all military power. If Great General Ning really was a member of the D clan, then faced with such a strong military force and Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's financial resources, even Long Fei Yi and Northern Li's imperial court would fear them. This estate was auctioned off at the 3-way black market. If 4th Imperial Prince could find the entrance so accurately, then the secret must have been leaked there. Long Fei Yi said. Han Yunqi finally understood why Long Fei Yi suspected Great General Ning of being related to the D clan. After all, Cloud Realm Trade Consortium had influence in the 3-way black market as well. Han Yunqi nodded thoughtfully, but Long Fei Yi only said, "Want to bet? Your lordship is only 50% certain." Indeed, this point alone was enough to make them suspicious. There was no way to be 100% certain that Great General Ning was a member of the D clan. After all, the 3-way black market was a complicated place. It might not have been Cloud Realm Trade Consortium who'd leaked the news, much less the 4th Imperial Prince. All right, then I'll bet that Great General Ning is a member of the D clan. Han Yunqi smiled. She was using the same old trick to beat him to it. Of all the people who'd bet with her before, Long Fei Yi was probably the only one who dared to bet with her a second time. "So your lordship can only bet that he's wrong?" Long Fei asked with amusement. "In any case, you only have a 50% chance of winning. Our chances of winning are 50-50. Han Yunqi said with a smile. Seriously speaking, Han Yunqi only had 50% confidence in this matter, so she didn't take advantage of him this time. He didn't know when Long Fei Yi had stopped saying no to this woman. He asked straightforwardly, "What are the stakes?" Han Yunqi snickered mischievously. The more Long Fei Yi looked at her, the more interested he became. Seeing that Han Yunqi didn't speak for a long time, he forced her to speak in a commanding tone. "Speak. If I win, will you hug the little thing?" After Han Yunqi finished speaking, she stared at Long Fei Ye's face. Without a doubt, Long Fei Ye's expression was very interesting. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. Don't go back on your word. Han Yunqi grinned. It's only a 50% chance. Are you sure your lordship will lose? Long Fei Yi retorted. There's still a chance, isn't there? Han Yunqi said as she summoned the sleepy little thing and hid it in her sleeve to gently pet it. By now, she could effortlessly send Lil Thing in and out of the poison storage space whenever she wanted. Still, it took a lot of effort for her to deal with such a large quantity of poison in the poison pond. Cultivation took time, especially when it came to the cultivation of the mind. If Lil Thing knew that its Mama Yunqi was so considerate of it, would it be so moved that it wouldn't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights? Under Han Yunqi's meaningful gaze, Long Fei Yi finally nodded. All right. Han Yunqi rejoiced. What are your terms? But Long Fei Yi only said, if your lordship wins, you'll toss that rat to Pill Fiend Pharmacy to raise. You're not allowed to keep it on you anymore. Although Lil Thing was a poison beast, it hadn't recovered after Han Yunqi took its blood to save Long Tianma. Right now, it didn't have the ability to protect Han Yunqi. In Long Fei Ye's eyes, it was better to toss it to Pill Fiend Pharmacy instead of keeping it on her. Han Yunqi's mouth twitched. I've already told you many times, Lil Thing isn't a rat. It's a squirrel. How could a rat compare to a squirrel? The former was disgusting, while the latter was cute and adorable. Think it over. Long Fei Yi said mildly. In other words, if she didn't agree, they wouldn't make the bet. Han Yunqi secretly rejoiced. Long Fei Yi must be regretting it now. Although she only had a 50% chance of winning, her past experience told her that this guy's judgment had always been very accurate. She promptly agreed. There's no need to think about it. It's settled. Long Fei Yi glanced at her, but didn't say anything. So it's settled? Han Yunqi deliberately asked. Long Fei Yi finally gave a muffled amen. Han Yunqi finally couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Long Fei Yi originally had a sullen expression, but when he saw Han Yunqi laughing like this, he couldn't help but smile helplessly. There was always nothing he could do about this woman. It was only a 50% chance of winning. Was Great General Ning really a member of the D clan? Who would win this bet between Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi? Would Lil Thing stay or leave? Everything was still unknown. Long Fei Yi had promised the 4th Imperial Prince that he'd give him an answer in 4 days, but more things were happening at the borders before the 3 days were up. Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's first batch of aid for the Chu clan arrived in the 3 eastern prefectures of Western Zhou. Besides weapons, they also included grain, blankets, and medicine for the war. It was almost the new year, and the weather was getting colder by the day. Snow had started falling yesterday, but the supplies sent by Cloud Realm Trade Consortium were enough to keep the Chu clan troops through the winter. Emperor Kongqing had originally only banned Cloud Realm Trade Consortium from doing business in Western Zhou, but the news infuriated him. He sealed off all of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's businesses in Western Zhou and banished all of their merchants. Anyone who colluded with the consortium was to have their entire family slaughtered. But Cloud Realm Trade Consortium had long prepared for this and evacuated most of their valuable businesses. They also unilaterally terminated many high-value contracts, causing many of Western Zhou's biggest merchants to suffer heavy losses. Not only that, But Cloud Realm Trade Consortium had also hired people to spread rumors and sway public opinion to accuse Emperor Kongcheng of being incompetent. Many of Western Zhou's merchants had strong opinions against the imperial court. Han Yunqi received a letter from Medicine City's Council of Elders as soon as she heard the news. Unilaterally terminated all contracts. Not only did they refuse to give us this year's dividends, they even demanded compensation. Han Yunqi's temper flared as she read the contents of the letter. Even Ouyang Ningjing could do something like this. Doesn't she know that doing business is all about trust? Han Yunqi fumed. Esteemed Wang Fei, Cloud Realm Trade Consortium said that Medicine City unilaterally terminated a portion of their contracts, which means they've already breached the contract. That's why they have the right to refuse to give us any profits and demand compensation. They even said that if Medicine City doesn't pay up, they'll invite the Medical Academy to uphold justice. Su Donglin replied honestly. Shameless. Han Yunqi laughed coldly. Although all merchants were crafty, they still had to maintain their bottom lines. Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's current actions were nothing but unreasonable pestering. So what if they find Medical City? Tell them they don't even need to think about compensation. They can't give Medicine City a single cent less, or else they'll just wait and see. Han Yunqi coldly warned. Esteemed Wang Fei, but it seems like Medicine City really did breach the contract when they unilaterally terminated the contracts. Su Donglin reminded him timidly. Those agreements state that Cloud Realm Trade Consortium will have the priority to continue working with Medicine City after the contract expires. Only if Cloud Realm Trade Consortium refuses to continue working with them will Medicine City be allowed to sell the ingredients to others. That's an overlord's rule to begin with. Heaven knows how many benefits Ouyang Ning Nua gave Xiadei when the Council of Elders signed the agreement back then. Now that the Council of Elders has been reorganized, are they still going to accept the terms? Han Yunqi retorted. Su Donglin finally understood and nodded his head. We're already letting them off by not pursuing the crime of bribery. Ouyang Ningjing really wants a yard after getting an inch. Han Yunqi was truly angry. After all, this was a sizable bonus. If Medicine City didn't get this year's bonus, it would affect the prices of medicinal ingredients next year. If it was the weather that caused the prices to rise, then there was nothing to say. But how could she not be angry when it was man-made? Moreover, Cloud Realm Trade Consortium had cheated Medicine City out of money to support the war effort. She couldn't swallow this anger. While Han Yunqi was angry, Long Fei Ye's expression wasn't any better. Still, he remained calm. It's unlikely that Cloud Realm Trade Consortium would give up on the medicinal ingredients business so easily. Long Fei said simply, Snow Mountain. Han Yunqi was stunned. Last time, Jun Yixia had used the mountain to bribe Xiadei. That was when she realized that some rare medicinal ingredients could be grown in the mountains. So, Cloud Realm Trade Consortium has colluded with Northern Li? Tang Li said faintly. At this moment, Gu immediately rose from his seat and headed outside. So annoying. It's so complicated. This old man's going to West Jing for a look. I'll be back in a few days. Old fiend, be careful. Han Yunqi chased after him a few steps, but Gu was long gone. The situation was just as he'd said. It was so complicated. The situation was already chaotic enough. If Northern Li were to join in as well, then all of Cloud Realm Continent's powers would probably join the fray. A complicated look flickered past Long Fei Ye's eyes before he ordered. Su Donglin, send word to Wang Gong. Tell him to report the matter of the Snow Mountain to the Medical Academy. Just say that Medicine City's Council of Elders suspects Jun Yixia has something to do with it. Although the Snow Mountain was only a guess, Long Fei Yi had pushed the blame onto Jun Yixia. Even if Jun Yixia had already been demoted to a commoner, the Medical Academy wouldn't let the matter rest. They would keep a close eye on the matter. Any pharmacy with a medical token wouldn't dare to work with Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. If the consortium had any medicinal ingredients in their hands, they could only sell them directly to famous doctors. As long as the Medical Academy set their sights on Cloud Realm Trade Consortium, which pharmacy or doctor would dare to buy from them? Su Donglin left with his orders. Long Fei Yi finally turned to Han Yunqi and said, "Esteemed Wang Fei, please calm your anger." Han Yunqi gave a snort of laughter as her anger was extinguished. Cloud Realm Trade Consortium was very treacherous, but Long Fei Yi was even more sinister. Tang Li and Chu Shifeng were both stunned by the sight. They'd finally witnessed how the Duke of Qin coaxed esteemed Wang Fei to cheer her up. He'd even said something like, "Esteemed Wang Fei, please calm your anger." "Your Highness, Duke of Qin, a world war is about to break out in Cloud Realm Continent. Is it really all right for you to flirt like this at the borders?" Chu Shifeng reminded him in a low voice, "Your Highness, you should reply to the fourth Imperial Prince's letter." How would Long Fei Yi reply to the fourth Imperial Prince? Would he go to West Liang or stay here? Chapter 591. 3 days had passed, so it was time for Long Fei Yi to give fourth Imperial Prince Long Tianshi an answer. Long Fei Yi took out a letter and handed it to Chu Shifeng. "Give this to fourth Imperial Prince. Say that this is your lordship's letter of advice to His Majesty to depose the Crown Prince and set up a new one. If His Majesty insists, your lordship will send more troops to the south. I won't let the Chu clan troops take a single step into Tianning." Han Yunqi could guess that Long Fei Yi would do this. If they rashly went to Western Liang now, there was a 50% chance they'd fall into a trap. Sending a letter was the safest way. If Great General Ning really wanted to push Long Fei Yi onto the throne, Long Fei Yi could send troops from the south to suppress the Chu clan and make friends with Western Zhou. Then he'd be able to take control of the western regions very quickly. If Great General Ning really was a member of the D clan, then Long Fei Ye's troops could be considered a precaution against the D and Nether clans. He was afraid that there would be a great battle at that time. Long Fei Ye's ultimate goal in coming to Western Zhou was to take control of this region as well. After sending the letter, they waited for the fourth Imperial Prince and Great General Ning's reactions. As expected, the fourth Imperial Prince came back a few days later. "Imperial Uncle, Imperial Father is simply I. Imperial Father didn't even read your letter before tearing it up in front of everyone. He even said he'd personally train the Crown Prince. Once the Crown Prince comes of age, he'll abdicate the throne." Han Yunqi smiled coldly from the sidelines. Heaven knows if Emperor Tianhui's words were just a sleep talk, or if the fourth Imperial Prince didn't even send the letter. Long Fei Yi was unperturbed. "Looks like it's time for your lordship to send out troops." The South Central regions had more than just a navy. The 2 armies stationed there were now under the control of the Bailey army. Delighted, the fourth Imperial Prince blurted out, "Imperial Uncle, Great General Ning wants to see you." "See him?" Han Yunqi looked at him in disbelief. Cold, Long Fei Yi asked, "What, he wants to see your lordship without paying me a visit?" Frightened, the fourth Imperial Prince hastened to explain. No, Uncle, you've misunderstood. Great General Ning was afraid that Imperial Uncle would not want to see him, so he asked for instructions first. When would Imperial Uncle be free, and where would be a good place to meet? If it's appropriate here, Tianshi will pass on the message now. Long Fei Yi sneered. When did Great General Ning's face become so big? Why would a dignified son of the imperial family send a message? As soon as these words came out, the fourth prince was speechless. He had been so elated by Great General Ning's promise of becoming the emperor that his soul had almost left his scabbard. Now, it could be said that he obeyed Great General Ning's every word and was willing to run errands everywhere. As a matter of fact, when he heard that Imperial Uncle Qin was going to send out troops, He was so happy that he almost lost his sense of direction. After a long while, the fourth prince reluctantly gave a lame explanation. Imperial uncle, you misunderstood. Tianshi. Tianshi meant that since Imperial uncle is going to send troops, shouldn't you meet with Great General Ning and have him report the military situation at the border? That was how a prince should behave. Long Fei Yi replied with 2 words, approved. After the fourth prince left, Han Yunqi smiled and said to Long Fei Yi, the original 50% chance should be increased by another 10% to 60%, right? To be able to make Long Tianma so obedient, even reversing the master-servant relationship, Great General Ning wasn't someone to be trifled with. 70%. Long Fei Yi replied, 70% chance. So you're saying that you're prepared to lose to me? Han Yunqi pretended to be serious. Long Fei Yi was immersed in the struggle for power and seemed to have forgotten that he had a bet with this woman. As soon as he heard this, he picked up a cup of tea and drank it. Han Yunqi had long seen through this action of his. When he was unwilling to answer or had nothing to say, he would drink tea. However, Han Yunqi didn't know that this kind of situation would appear on her side. Although it was still the 12th lunar month, Han Yunqi felt that Lil Thing's spring was just around the corner. Not 2 days later, Great General Ning really did come to pay a visit. Han Yunqi had never seen Great General Ning in person. She only knew that he was Tianning's youngest general. Who knew that he would scare Han Yunqi so badly when she saw him in person? He was completely different from how she imagined him to be. Great General Ning wasn't dressed in military armor, nor did he carry any weapons. Instead, he was dressed in a Confucian robe and had his hair tied up in a half ponytail. Although his features were well defined, with thick brows and large eyes, he didn't have an aggressive gaze. Instead, he gave off a reserved aura. If not for Long Fei Ye's suspicions, Han Yunqi's intuition about this Great General Ning wouldn't be that bad. However, Long Fei Ye's suspicions had made Han Yunqi think of someone else. Ouyang Ning Nua. After careful comparison, the two of them did have similar auras. As for whether Great General Ning was like Ouyang Ning Nua, hiding a treacherous side beneath his refined appearance, it was impossible to say for now. Still, Han Yunqi couldn't help but imagine what those eyes would look like on the battlefield. What would they look like if they were used in battle? Would that reveal the true nature of this fellow? While Han Yunqi was studying Great General Ning, he suddenly looked over at her. Han Yunqi was very generous and didn't avoid his gaze. Instead, she continued to look at him with the air of a Qin Wangfei. By now, Great General Ning had already paid his respects to Long Fei Yi. He only glanced at Han Yunqi before bowing his head and resting his right hand on his left shoulder. He made a 90-degree bow to Han Yunqi and said, "This general pays his respects to esteemed Wang Fei." Great General Ning may dispense with the formalities, Han Yunqi said. Great General Ning rose to his feet. Long Fei Yi didn't give him a seat, so he had him stand where he was. "When I heard that your Highness Duke of Qin intended to head north, this general came to express his gratitude." Great General Ning said earnestly, "It is this prince's duty to eliminate the Chu clan and support the Long clan. What are you thanking me for?" Long Fei Yi asked. "This general has brought the cavalry battalion and the western troops to express his gratitude for saving our lives. The cavalry battalion and the western troops may not be able to resist the Chu clan's forces. If that happens, all of our soldiers will die tragically on the battlefield. However, if your Highness Duke of Qin is willing to send reinforcements north, our army will be greatly strengthened. 2, our morale will be boosted, and 3, the enemy will be deterred. It will be a great fortune for our army to reduce casualties." Great General Ning looked refined, but his words were sonorous and forceful. He had the stern aura of a military man. "Reducing casualties is also this prince's duty. Do I need you to thank me?" Long Fei Yi asked again. Great General Ning immediately bowed. Yes, this general misspoke. This fellow has quick reflexes. He doesn't even show his emotions on his face. Han Yunqi didn't say a word, but simply observed from the sidelines. After all, this fellow's origins were directly related to Lil Thing's fate. Your Highness, Duke of Qin, this general still has something to report, Great General Ning said next. Long Fei Yi replied coldly. Great General Ning could only continue. As this general understands, Cloud Realm Trade Consortium has provided redcoat cannons to the Chu clan this time. They've already delivered them. At this, Long Fei Ye's cold eyes flickered. How many? At least 3. Great General Ning replied. In Cloud Realm Continent, gunpowder was controlled by the various armies, but the redcoat cannons weren't in the hands of the military. Instead, they were made by a skilled craftsman. This craftsman lived in the lawless, 3-way battlefield and hid in the 3-way black market all year round. He wasn't restricted by any country. A few years ago, he'd made a single redcoat cannon and put it on sale in the market. Over the past few years, there had been no news of redcoat cannons, but Cloud Realm Trade Consortium had actually gotten their hands on 3 of them. Leaving aside Long Fei Yi, even Han Yunqi was astonished. Although redcoat cannons were antiques that could be placed in museums in her eyes, they were still a godly existence in the era of cold weapons. What do you mean? Long Fei Yi asked. The Chu clan troops are all elite soldiers with strong archers. Now that they have redcoat cannons, they're like tigers that have grown wings. They can't be underestimated. In this general's humble opinion, this general's 2 armies will attack from the east, while your highness's forces from the north will attack from the south. Then we'll join forces with western Zhou to attack from the west. This will form a 3-pronged encirclement. In this way, the Chu clan will have no choice but to surrender. Great General Ning said seriously. Long Fei Yi nodded in silence. He rapped his knuckles on the table, indicating for Great General Ning to sit on one side. Great General Ning respectfully took a seat and explained the situation in the east, as well as the details of his forces. Han Yunqi was puzzled. Why was Great General Ning so determined to deal with General Chu? Could it be that their 70% confidence was wrong? Did Great General Ning have nothing to do with Cloud Realm Trade Consortium or the Chu clan? Long Fei Yi allowed Great General Ning to speak without a word. By the time Great General Ning finished, he was still deep in thought. After a while, he finally spoke up. All right, your lordship will take care of Emperor Kongqing. Great General Ning rejoiced and rose to his feet. The Duke of Qin is wise. This general boldly asks your Highness, Duke of Qin, to ascend the throne and revive our Tianning's glory. Long Fei Yi laughed coldly. You betrayed Tianhui today, but will you betray your lordship tomorrow? Great General Ning immediately fell to one knee. This general is only loyal to Tianning, to my soldiers, and to the people. Emperor Tianhui is muddle-headed and dotes on Empress Chu to bring disaster to Tianning. This general has no choice but to rebel. If one day the Duke of Qin follows in Emperor Tianhui's footsteps, this general will rebel as well. Long Fei nodded his head in amusement. All right, your lordship will remember. After Great General Ning left, Han Yunqi grew more and more bewildered. This guy is the epitome of upright loyalty. She had to admit that her resolute heart was beginning to waver. Perhaps she really would lose this bet. While she was still puzzling over the situation, Long Fei had long looked over and said coldly, Have you seen enough? What do you mean? Han Yunqi didn't understand. He's already gone. Why are you still looking? Long Fei Ye's voice grew even colder. Han Yunqi really was looking out the door, but her thoughts had wandered off. What? She couldn't make heads or tails of it. Answer, your lordship. Long Fei Yi said icily. Another jar of vinegar overturned. Han Yunqi didn't know whether to be angry or amused. She walked over and sniffed all over his body before finally standing in front of him with a single word. Sour. Long Fei Yi didn't hesitate to push her down, causing Han Yunqi's face to crash into his chest. Chapter 592. Han Yunqi's face was pressed against Long Fei Ye's chest. Although he didn't seem to be using much force, she couldn't move at all. What's the point of smelling something sour up close? You can smell it from miles away. Answer your lordship's question. Long Fei Ye's deep voice seemed to come from his chest. It was low, sexy, and even a little hoarse. Han Yunqi's ears turned red at the sound. She was no stranger to this man's voice. If this was the past, Han Yunqi's mind would have gone blank by now. But things were different now. Faced with this man, she wouldn't be so foolish. In fact, she had more of her true nature. He's already gone, but you're still so jealous. Han Yunqi was still smiling. Long Fei Ye's displeasure was written all over his face. Cold, he asked. You're not going to answer, is that it? Answer me first. Han Yunqi's voice was pressed against his chest, as if it could penetrate his heart. Yes, Long Fei Yi admitted it, so openly that Han Yunqi gave a start. She didn't know how to continue. Big bro. Tang Li's voice suddenly drifted over as he and Chu Shifeng strode into the room. The two of them were hiding in the dark. After watching Great General Ning leave, they immediately came back. They had a lot of opinions about this Great General Ning, who knew that they'd run into something they shouldn't have. Tang Li subconsciously muffled his mouth, knowing that he'd ruined things. But despite his loud voice, Long Fei Yi ignored him as if he hadn't heard a thing. Instead, it was Han Yunqi who seemed to be doing her best to turn around, but couldn't move. Tang Li and Chu Shifeng exchanged glances before tactfully backing away. Just as they were about to leave the room, they saw Long Fei Yi lift Han Yunqi's chin and kiss her fiercely. This was actually not the first time. Tang Li remembered bumping into him once, but Chu Shifeng had lost count of how many times. In any case, they discovered that although the Duke of Qin was conservative in certain areas, he was only conservative when it came to other people. As for himself, as long as his partner was Han Yunqi, as long as he was in the mood, he could do it anytime, anywhere. Fortunately, Long Fei Ye's personal coachman was not present, otherwise he would have added, indeed, anytime, anywhere. The spacious guest hall was completely silent. Long Fei Yi leaned back on the chair. Han Yunqi looked like she was lying on top of him, but in reality she was being held down by his hands. She raised her head and he lowered his head. He sucked on her delicate lips fiercely, as if he was passionately punishing her, as if he was demanding and giving. Unknowingly, he let go of her chin and pressed on the back of her head, urging her to come closer and closer. Unknowingly, she let go of her hands that were resisting his chest. She wanted to get closer, even closer. Jealousy, questioning, joking, and serious feelings all melted into the two of them as they tossed and turned in bed. Sometimes he'd gradually become gentle, but this time it was clearly different. This time he was more intense, like a fierce beast surging in his chest. She almost couldn't take it. Amidst the heat, he allowed her a moment to catch her breath before another round of surges followed. After an unknown number of times, he finally let go of her in satisfaction, allowing her to lean against his chest again. She gasped for air and was almost out of breath. Every time she was bullied to the point of no return. She'd warn herself that there wouldn't be a next time. This man couldn't be provoked, but as time went on, she'd forget and suffer the consequences of her own actions. Actually, her breathing was ragged, but not as fast as his heartbeat. Leaning against his chest, she could clearly hear his violent heartbeat. After resting for a long time, he finally spoke, his voice as cold as ever. "Did you taste it?" "What?" she asked offhandedly. He knitted his brows again and lifted her chin again, forcing her to look at him. Arching a brow, he asked, "Is it sour? Do you still want to taste it?" So did he just let her have a taste? She finally understood. Her face which was already hot, seemed to be burning up. She slapped his hand away and turned her head away from him. How could this guy ask such a shameless question in such a serious manner? Coquettish on the outside, she sent him these 2 words in her heart. Could this be considered as subduing this woman? Every time he kissed her until she was weak and paralyzed on top of him, he would think so. Perhaps it was because he was hiding too much, or perhaps it was because he couldn't give her more, so even though he was holding this woman, he still felt a sense of distance from her. Han Yunchi, if there really was 100 steps, how many more steps did this prince have to take? The 2 of them didn't speak again. It seemed silent, but it was actually warm. In the quiet room, the 2 of them embraced each other in silence. Time seemed to have stopped here. Whether it was teasing or being naughty, it was fine. No matter how much they teased each other or how naughty they were, their hearts would always tacitly approve of it. After a long time, Han Yunchi finally spoke up. Long Fei. The more I looked at that surname Ning just then, the more I felt something was off. We need to reduce our chances by at least 30%. Before, Long Fei Yi was 50% certain that Great General Ning was from the D clan's Ning clan. Then, the 4th Imperial Prince's visit increased his chances by another 20% to 70%. Now that Han Yunchi had cut off 30%, he was left with 40%. Are you sure? Long Fei Yi asked. I'm sure. I don't think so. Moreover, if he's from the D clan's Ning clan, then he's obviously seeking death by asking you to attack the Nether clan from 3 sides. Han Yunchi replied seriously. Then are you still betting? Long Fei Yi asked next. Han Yunchi thought it over, then asked, What about you? Are you still betting? Yes. Long Fei Yi said without hesitation. Cloud Realm Trade Consortium had clearly helped the Nether clan. But if Great General Ning was from the D clan, why would he do such a thing against them? After all, as soon as Long Fei Yi contacted Emperor Kongqing and sent troops from the south, the Chu clan wouldn't be able to hold out any longer. How can you be so sure? Han Yunchi asked. Long Fei Yi didn't answer, but asked, Are you betting or not? Can I back out of the bet? Han Yunchi asked. Long Fei Yi nodded. Now Han Yunchi was in a dilemma. If she kept betting and Great General Ning really wasn't from the D clan, then she'd lose and Lil Thing would be sent back home. If she won, then Long Fei Yi would have to hold Lil Thing for a while. As she analyzed the situation, she suddenly suspected that Long Fei Yi was trying to confuse her on purpose so she could give up on the bet. I'll continue. Han Yunchi made her final decision. It's really tiring to play mind games with this guy. It's even more tiring to compete with IQ. Long Fei Yi's mouth twitched. Actually, he was already certain that Great General Ning was from the D clan. He'd said so much just then to confuse Han Yunchi and make Han Yunchi give up on the bet. But this woman was clearly wavering, but still persisted in the end. It's really tiring to compete with this woman in terms of brain power. As soon as he thought of that furry mouse, Long Fei Yi grew irritated. No matter how confident they were, it was still just their guesses. Before the truth was revealed, no one could be sure of the final outcome. That very day, Long Fei Yi sent a letter to Emperor Kongqing, proposing a joint operation. At the same time, he called for General Bailey to have the 2 southern armies continue north. Actually, Long Fei Yi had already ordered them to head north secretly when he arrived in western Zhou. Moreover, these 2 armies weren't far from the northwestern border to begin with, so it wouldn't be difficult for them to reach the border within 10 days. The next day, Long Fei received definite news that Great General Ning had begun to transfer his troops. He'd sent out 2 units, but the cavalry battalion didn't head south, but stayed at the northern borders to guard against the northern Li army. Another day, Emperor Kongqing replied with a letter. Not only did he agree to the joint operation, but he also expressed his gratitude to the Duke of Qin. He expressed his hope to see Long Fei Yi ascend the throne and change Tianning's fragmented state. At the same time, he promised that Western Zhou would continue to form an alliance with Tianning through marriage once the Duke of Qin ascended the throne. They would then work together to conquer northern Li. Besides that, Emperor Kongqing even brought up the matter of Empress Shui of his own accord. He said that Western Zhou had a way to save the Empress and wouldn't delay their cooperation because of her. When Long Fei Yi showed his reply to Han Yunqi sighed with emotion. Even the Emperor has become so snobbish. Not long ago, Long Fei Yi and Emperor Kongqing had discussed working together against northern Li, but Emperor Kongqing had tactfully refused. How long had it been since then? Now he's asking for cooperation? He's a high and mighty emperor, but he's become so snobbish for the sake of currying favor with Long Fei Yi. Han Yunqi tilted her head to look at Long Fei Yi. She had a feeling that this fellow was about to throw all of Cloud Realm Continent into chaos. The three armies were already making preparations in secret. The situation in Western Zhou's three eastern prefectures was growing more and more tense. At the same time, the atmosphere in Tianning's western capital grew more and more tense by the day. A few imperial princes stood guard outside Emperor Tianhui's quarters day and night, but couldn't find a chance to meet him. The person standing guard by Emperor Tianhui's side was no longer Chu Qingge, but one of the Chu clan's men who had been lying in ambush in the palace for the past year. Currently, Chu Qingge was in her room looking after her premature son, which aunt had already found a few other pregnant women as backup. Like Chu Qingge, they'd all take the same medicine to induce labor. If Chu Qingge gave birth to a daughter, they'd give birth to a boy instead. But in the end, Chu Qingge still gave birth to a boy herself. The medicine had caused severe damage to her body. Not only could she not give birth again, but her body was much weaker than before. Still, it was the torment of pain that strengthened her resolve for revenge. The child was only 8 months old and required large amounts of medicine to maintain its health. Chu Qingge couldn't take care of it herself, so it was head Elder Ling and Lady Lianqin who took care of the child. Neither of them revealed their identities, but wore white masks over their faces. One disguised himself as a divine doctor of the Jianghu, the other as a servant girl. Both of them stared at Chu Qingge's back from a distance without disturbing her. Head Elder, I heard that the Chu clan has the support of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium, Lady Lianqin murmured. So what? Head Elder Ling asked offhandedly, as if he didn't take the news to heart. Yesterday, Lianqin received news from the Medical Academy that Medicine City and the Medical Academy are suing Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. They're accusing them of colluding with Jun Yixie to stop selling medicine and poisons on the snowy mountains. Medicine City wants the Medical Academy to order all doctors to stop trading medicine with Cloud Realm Trade Consortium, Lady Lianqin said honestly. Head Elder Ling looked in Chu Qingge's direction without a word. A complicated look flickered past Lady Lianqin's eyes before she secretly tugged on Head Elder Ling's sleeve and whined. Chapter 593. Lady Lianqin whined. Head Elder, as Lianqin sees it, the Wang clan is making up all these lies. For the sake of working with Pill Fiend Pharmacy, they broke off their agreement with Cloud Realm Trade Consortium and now they're framing them. They must have taken benefits from Pill Fiend Pharmacy. Lady Lianqin was always thinking of the Mu clan. The most direct way to turn the Mu clan around was to overthrow the current Council of Elders. That council had already become the Wang clan's tool to rule the city. Once upon a time, she'd whispered to Head Elder Ling's pillow, but she was a woman without status. No matter how good she was at pillow talk, it wouldn't last forever. Head Elder Ling silently shook off her hand and focused all his attention on Chu Qingge, or more accurately, the baby in her arms. He'd agreed to help Lady Lianqin induce labor and take care of the baby until it was 1 month old for other reasons. Chu Qingge had claimed to the outside world that she'd tripped and almost given birth prematurely, but had been saved by a nameless divine doctor. Thus, it was perfectly justified for Head Elder Ling and Chu Qingge to stay here. However, he didn't want to reveal his identity and attract too much attention, so he kept it a secret. Every day, he'd go back to write a report after taking care of the baby. On the same day, he'd sent a flying eagle letter to the academy head, telling him that the man was doing research and needed his medical records. Lady Lianxin was unwilling to let go of head Elderling's hand. This time, she'd agreed to the Chu clan's invitation to head Elderling for 2 reasons. 1, to take revenge on Han Yunqi and the rest, and 2, to have a chance to talk to him alone about the Mu clan. After all, they used to be old lovers, so head Elderling should at least give her some face. Who would have thought that great Elderling would actually ignore her? Madame Lianxin still wanted to hold head Elderling's hand, but head Elderling turned and left. Madame Lianxin hurriedly followed him all the way to his bedroom. Head Elderling had been pondering a single question the entire time, his heart filled with irritation. He'd used a certain medicine on the crown prince's body today, but nothing had happened. He couldn't figure it out, so he could only write a letter to the academy head. He was about to shut the door when Lady Lianxin reached out a hand to stop him. Only then did Grand Elderling notice that Madame Lianxin had followed him. He asked impatiently, "What are you doing?" "Great Elder, it's still early. Won't you invite me in for a cup of tea?" Lady Lianxin coquettishly asked. Head Elderling naturally understood what Lady Lianxin meant, but compared to women, he was more interested in medical research. Besides, he'd already toyed with this woman. "Why aren't you guarding the crown prince? If anything happens, you'll be held responsible," he lectured her sternly. Lady Lianxin wasn't convinced, but she didn't show it. Instead, she moved her hand from the door to Head Elderling's hand and gently caressed it. "Head Elder, Lianxin has something important to discuss with you." Great Elderling didn't have the slightest bit of patience. He fiercely slapped her hand away and reprimanded. "You're already so old. Why are you being so cheap with this elder? Why aren't you going?" Lady Lianxin was stunned. She stood at the door in a daze as Head Elderling slammed the door shut. Back then, Grand Elderling had begged her many times in bed, but now, feeling wronged, Madame Lianxin's eyes reddened. She cursed in her heart, "Old dog, don't ever come begging me again." Since Lady Lianxin had returned to assist Head Elderling, she naturally knew that he was experimenting on premature babies. She decided to wait a few days before discussing the matter of Medicine City with him. If they couldn't come to an agreement, she didn't mind using the premature babies to threaten him. In any case, she'd already thrown caution to the wind. She'd already fallen out of favor with the old dogs of the medical academy. If she couldn't support the Mu clan, then she wouldn't be able to survive in the medical academy. After all, she was only a divine doctor who defended countless people when she'd squeezed her way into the Council of Elders. Those who wanted to see her make a fool of herself, those who wanted to hit her while she was down, and those who wanted to step on her were too many to count. Madame Lianxin made up her mind before turning to leave. She didn't know that on a nearby roof, Gu was staring at her with a cold gaze. He'd seen everything that had happened between her and Head Elderling just now. "Old dog? Haha." Gu's unruly eyes flashed with unconcealable hostility. He'd been lying in wait for days with a cold smile on his face, but hadn't made a move. He was like a hunter waiting for something. As the night deepened, silence fell upon the vast imperial palace. At this moment, a black shadow flashed past the palace walls and vanished behind Chu Chinga's quarters. Lady Lianxin had come to take care of the crown prince, while Chu Chinga dragged her exhausted body to the hot springs behind the palace. Currently, she was soaking in the water and resting by the shore. Physical torment couldn't compare to mental torment. As the time for her revenge drew closer, her heart grew more restless. Over the past few days, she'd been soaking in the hot springs every night to calm her heart. Suddenly, the black shadow descended to reveal a tall man dressed in black robes that accentuated his well-built figure. He stood in the shadows like the master of the night, enigmatic and unfathomable. Chuchinga was a martial arts practitioner, so she naturally sensed his movements. She slowly opened her eyes and saw his figure in a daze. His aura immediately stirred her to her feet as she blurted out, "Faye!" In that instant, the black-robed man kicked up a wave of water. It wasn't clear whether he was trying to hide her naked body or his own vision. Coldly, he said, "Put away your amorous feelings. Don't sully this clan head's eyes." Even his voice was similarly cold. However, Chuchinga had already sobered up and was back in the water. She looked up and saw the man standing loftily by the pool. His bronze face mask covered his mouth and nose, but his thick eyebrows and large eyes shone with a threatening, heroic spirit in the darkness. His arrogant gaze was disdainful, as if he didn't care about any woman at all. She didn't want to catch his eye, either. Neither did he. Chuchinga only sighed softly. "I was wrong again. In the end, you're not him." He was very similar to Long Fei, both noble and cold. But he was frivolous, while Long Fei was reserved. This man didn't seem to like being compared to Long Fei. He kicked up another wave of water, which turned into a sharp arrow that shot past Chuchinga's body. This was a warning. Now Chuchinga was thoroughly awakened from her wet dreams. She boldly rose to her feet, but he immediately turned around with disdain. Once she was dressed properly, she laughed coldly and said, "So many people want to see my body. You're a gentleman." When she hadn't married yet, countless men in the world had admired her looks. The number of people who wanted to marry her could line up from the Chu estate to the gates of White City. Even though she was married to Emperor Tianhui, there were still plenty of men who wanted to seduce her in this filthy imperial clan. The man didn't speak again, but turned to leave. Chuchinga quickly stopped him. "All right, I won't joke around with you any more." But the man still left. Chuchinga used her lightness techniques to chase after him, which Aunt told me something new today. Only then did the man land on a tree. Chuchinga caught up and murmured, "Gubeyuez" in their hands. "What?" The man turned around in alarm. Tianning's former chief imperial physician, head imperial physician of the Imperial Physician Courtyard, and now pill fiend pharmacies, Dr. Gu. "Gubeyuez in my uncle's hands," Chuchinga said seriously. "What's going on?" the man asked cold. "I've asked for details, but which Aunt doesn't know either. Maybe my uncle sent people to capture him on purpose." "Gu Beiwe and Han Yunqi have a deep relationship," Chuchinga said. "Deep relationship? Is that enough to keep Long Fei in check?" the man asked disdainfully. Although Chuchinga didn't want to admit it, she still had to make an objective judgment. Yes, because if they can keep Han Yunqi in check, they can keep Long Fei in check as well. A complicated look flickered past the man's eyes. What could a mere doctor have to do with Han Yunqi? "You have to believe that my uncle won't capture people for no good reason." Chuchinga smiled coldly. Her words convinced the man. "I know." He prepared to leave after saying this, but Chuchinga stopped him again. "I've told you everything. Don't forget what you promised me." The man didn't turn around but waved her back. "Don't forget," Chuchinga reminded him again. She didn't leave until she saw the man's figure disappear into the darkness. This man was none other than the D-clan head, Ning Cheng. Chuchinga had forced her father to swear an oath that the Chu clan would hand over Han Yunqi's life to her. But her uncle had given up on her big brother, making her realize that her father couldn't make such decisions. Just when she was at her wit's end, the D-clan head, Ning Cheng, came knocking on her door and told her everything. She had sacrificed so much for the Chu clan in her life, but only now did she find out its secrets. She realized that the Chu clan was the Nether clan, and that the Nether clan wasn't a traitor to Western Qin's imperial clan. They had no choice but to kill the imperial prince all those years ago. The Nether clan had told the D clan the truth of the past, as well as the fact that the orphan of Western Qin's imperial clan might still be alive. He even revealed a secret unknown to the rest of the world, The princesses of Western Qin had a phoenix birthmark on their backs. Thus, the D clan and the Nether clan, who were loyal to Western Qin's imperial clan, decided to work together to restore Western Qin to its former glory. But Ningcheng could tell that the Nether clan head, Chu Yuni, had long abandoned the imperial clan in his heart. He was simply using its name to win over other powers. Thus, Ningcheng was simply beating him at his own game. Once he conquered Tianning and the 3 eastern prefectures of Western Zhou, Ningcheng's first order of business would be to eradicate the Chu clan. Chu Qingge was surprised that Ningcheng would come looking for her, but she had to admit that Ningcheng had found the right person. Aside from Han Yunqi, she hated the Chu clan more than anyone else. Ningcheng had already promised to help her capture Han Yunqi and eradicate the Chu clan, freeing her. Why wouldn't she agree? Chu Qingge returned to the hot springs, took off her outer robes, and slowly soaked herself in. She looked up at the bright moon in the sky and muttered to herself, Han Yunqi will meet again soon. Tonight was the 15th. In a few days, the 3 armies would move out and the war would begin. Chu Qingge was looking forward to Ningcheng's triumphant return. Chapter 594. It wasn't clear if someone had leaked the news on purpose, or if the mobilization of troops was too big to attract the Chu clan's attention. After the Duke of Qin, Emperor Kongzheng, and Great General Ning decided to unite the 3 armies, the Chu clan quickly received news. Once General Chu confirmed the news, he immediately went to see Chu Yuni. Chu Yuni had already escorted Empress Shui and Gu Beiwe to the 3 eastern prefectures, but he was still blind in his right eye. Gu Beiwe's injury hadn't healed yet, so he hadn't treated him yet. He'd found at least 10 divine doctor-level doctors, all of whom gave the same diagnosis. There was no cure. He even personally went to the medical academy to seek an audience with a primogenitor doctor, but the results were the same. By the time General Chu arrived, Chu Yuni had just emerged from the secret room where Gu Beiwe was being held captive. What does Gu Beiwe mean by this? General Chu asked. Nothing? His injury will probably heal in 10 more days. Then he'll treat old man immediately, Chu Yuni intoned. General Chu's eyes flickered with doubt before he asked. Although his injury is serious, he shouldn't have taken so long with his skills, right? After all, the Chu clan had provided Gu Beiwe with countless medicines after Chu Yuni's arrival in the 3 eastern prefectures. It looks like he wasn't lying before. His body really is getting weaker by the day. Chu Yuni had found a doctor to examine Gu Beiwe's injury. The doctor had said that Gu Beiwe's body had no way of healing itself, so it would heal very slowly. Big bro, in other words, we don't have to worry too much after this brat recovers. General Chu asked next. Chu Yuni only looked at him coldly. It's better to be safe than sorry. He's our final trump card. If he escapes, old man will hold you responsible. General Chu nodded resentfully. I'll send more men to stand guard here. Chu Yuni said coldly. Ever since his right eye was blinded, his mood had not been good for a single day. Although everyone in the clan treated him as respectfully as before, he could not help but feel a sense of crisis. Especially when facing his younger brother, he felt even more uneasy. Although the Chu clan had already given up on Chu Tianyin, as a father, General Chu was still concerned about his son. If one day General Chu wanted to save his son, then the first thing he had to do was to take over the position of family head. Only by taking the position of the patriarch would he have the right to speak. Because of this, Chu Yuni's mood softened. Keeping Gu Beiwe safe is also a way to save Tianyin. Upon hearing this, General Chu seemed to have eaten a tranquilizer and was overjoyed. Understood. You came to find me for something? Chu Yuni asked. General Chu was so happy that he almost forgot the most important thing. He quickly told Chu Yuni the details of the 3 armies' joint efforts. Chu Yuni only laughed coldly. Great General Ning? Excellent. He kept repeating the words excellent until he couldn't hide his anger any longer. What a great General Ning! What a Ning Cheng! What does he mean by that? That's right, great General Ning's name was Ning Cheng. His little sister, Tianning's noble consort Ning, was called Ning, and together with Ouyang Ningjing, they combined to mean Jing. The Ning clan was none other than the D clan's Ning clan. Just as Chu Yuni was about to explode, an attendant came in to report. Clan head, the Ning clan head has come to visit. Chu Yuni and General Chu exchanged glances. They never expected Ning Cheng to have the gall to show up at a time like this. What was he doing here? Very soon, Chu Yuni saw Ning Cheng in the guest hall. He was dressed in black robes and a bronze face mask. His tall and sturdy figure stood casually in the room, emanating a domineering aura that gave off an invisible pressure. His hands were clasped behind his back, his fingers gently stroking the white jade ice crystal on his thumb. Everyone knew that the Northern Dynasty's emperors had white jade ice crystal rings, while Tianning's Qin Wangfei had white jade ice crystal bracelets. But they didn't know that the D clan head had white jade ice crystals as well. This not only symbolized the D clan's wealth, but also their status as clan head. As the clan head, Chu Yuni had only ever feared two young men in his life. One was the Duke of Qin, Long Fei, and the other was Ning Cheng. As soon as Chu Yuni entered, Ning Cheng saw the bandage on his right eye. Blind! He arched an eyebrow, his voice full of contempt and arrogance. Great General Ning's scholarly demeanor was nothing more than a mask. His true self had always looked down on others. He had enough capital to stand high above everyone else. Chu Yuni's anger was hidden in his heart, but he still replied calmly, "A minor injury." What kind of injury? He pressed, his tone aggressive. Red-eye disease. It's contagious, so it's bandaged. If Ning clan head isn't afraid, old man can remove it. Chu Yuni smiled coldly. Remove it? Ning Cheng didn't believe him. Chu Yuni's eyes flashed with anger before he changed the topic. What's the meaning of the 3 allied armies? You still have the face to show up at old man's place? That's exactly why I came. Ning Cheng smiled coldly. What? Has Ning clan head come to admit his wrongs? Chu Yuni asked. No. Ning Cheng was very direct, his arrogant tone commanding. If you're here for the man, hand over Gu Beiwa. Hearing this, Chu Yuni sucked in a cold breath and asked, How did you know? Just hand him over. You don't need to know anything else, Ning Cheng said coldly. Chu Yuni slapped the table and raged. Ning Cheng, old man is yielding to you. Do you really think you're someone important? You're working with my Nether clan while allying with Emperor Kongqing and the Duke of Qin to attack my Chu clan troops. What's the meaning of this? And now you've come to ask for Gu Beiwa? Do you think my Nether clan is so easy to bully? You can refuse to hand him over, but you'll have to bear the consequences, Ning Cheng said as he rose to leave. Chu Yuni immediately stepped in front of him and blocked his way. Speak clearly, he demanded. Consequences? What are you afraid? Ning Cheng chuckled coldly. Chu Yuni was almost angered to death. Why does dealing with this guy feel so much like dealing with Long Fei? Ning Cheng, have you forgotten our common goal? Have you forgotten the mission of the Nether and D clans? Chu Yuni had no choice but to use these words. Otherwise, there was no way to continue the conversation. It would have been better if he didn't say anything, because Ning Cheng's eyes flashed with disdain. Ning Cheng knew of Chu Yuni's ambitions, but he'd never exposed them. If the Nether clan truly wanted to revive Western Qin, then Ning Cheng was willing to do all he could to help. Even if he had to use up all of the D clan strength, he wouldn't hesitate. But if the Nether clan was using the imperial family's name to gain benefits, then Ning Cheng would make the Nether clan pay even if he had to die. I haven't, Ning Cheng said in a low voice. Then what's the meaning of the 3 armies joining hands? Who are you planning to give Tianning's throne to? Chu Yuni asked. They'd agreed before that once Emperor Tianhui died, great General Ning's estate would support the crown prince to ascend the throne. The Empress Dowager would rule from behind the curtains while the Chu clan would take over Western Zhou's 3 eastern prefectures and submit to Tianning. In name, the Chu clan would submit to Tianning, but in reality, it would be the Chu clan who controlled Tianning. They'd use Tianning as their base of operations and search for a successor to the imperial family while expanding their strength. Now the Ning clan was allying with the Duke of Qin and Western Zhou. Chu Yuni had no idea what Ning Cheng was thinking. Do you think I should refuse the Duke of Qin's offer to work with this soldier, or beat him at his own game? Ning Cheng retorted. How are you going to beat him at his own game? Chu Yuni asked anxiously. Don't worry, this soldiers will definitely arrive before the Duke of Qin's. When the time comes, we'll work together to catch Western Zhou off guard before we deal with the Duke of Qin. Perhaps we can even take over a few cities in the south-central regions. Ning Qing grinned. You're even transferring the cavalry over? Chu Yuni was stunned. Where did Ning Cheng get his confidence from without the cavalry? If he did, then Ning Cheng might really be able to swallow up a few cities in the south-central regions. Of course. Ning Cheng replied. Really? Chu Yuni pressed. Cavalry can't compare to infantry. It'll only take a few days to move south. Ning Cheng replied confidently. Aren't you afraid that Northern Li? Before Chu Yuni could finish, Ning Cheng cut him off. If Northern Li wanted to send out troops, they would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? Last year's horse plague must have caused heavy losses. If that's the case, then that's great. Chu Yuni was finally happy. Where's Gu Beiwe? Ning Cheng asked haughtily. Just who told you about Gu Beiwe? Chu Yuni asked. Give Gu Beiwe to the soldier, or else. Ning Cheng said as he leaned closer. His voice slowed as he warned, or else the soldier won't move a single soldier to the south. You're threatening the old man. Chu Yuni glared at him. That's the truth to begin with. Ning Cheng admitted openly. Chu Yuni did his best to suppress his anger, who told his nether clan to be weaker than the D clan. Suppressing his temper, he said, Ning Cheng, isn't it the same whether we have Gu Beiwe in our hands? He's our trump card. Don't worry, the old man will definitely keep a close eye on him. Since it's the same in our hands, why not let this soldier bring him back to play with? I heard this Dr. Gu has an unusual relationship with Han Yunqi. Ning Cheng said. Actually, he'd initiated the mobilization of the 3 armies to force the Chu clan to hand over their hostage, Empress Shui. But now that he knew Gu Beiwe was in the Chu clan's hands, he was even more interested in Gu Beiwe. With Empress Shui, he could threaten Western Zhou's emperor. With Gu Beiwe, he could threaten Han Yunqi. Chu Qingge had said that anyone who could threaten Han Yunqi could also threaten the Duke of Qin, Long Fei Yi. Ning Cheng didn't need to think twice before switching to Gu Beiwe. Ning Cheng, everything's fine. You're not thinking of something else, are you? Chu Yuni asked half-jokingly. This soldier's been thinking it over. Tianning's throne will fall into your Chu clan's hands very soon. My Ning clan should at least have a bargaining chip, right? If your Chu clan takes power and turns against us, how am I supposed to explain things to my brothers? Ning Cheng asked. Ning Cheng, aren't you overthinking things? The Nether and D clans are both loyal to Western Qin's imperial family. The Chu clan's throne is only temporary. If you're still worried, why don't you just usurp the throne? I won't stop you. Chu Yuni was still teasing him. We can even give up the throne, to say nothing of a mere Gu Beiwe. Bring him out. This soldier will take him away today. Ning Cheng was getting impatient. Chu Yuni was rendered speechless by his own words. He hesitated. Should he give him up or not? Chapter 595. Should he give it up or not? Since Ning Cheng had brought it up, there was no way he'd back down. If the Chu clan didn't budge, then Chu Yuni knew Ning Cheng well enough to know that he'd never let the matter rest. Ning Cheng's words made sense as well. The Chu clan was already 90% certain to take the throne, so the D clan had to have a bargaining chip in their hands to be fair. Chu Yuni understood Ning Cheng's loyalty to Western Qin's imperial clan. He believed that as long as the Nether clan complied with this young man's wishes, the D clan wouldn't fall out with another clan. Once they got the throne and took control of Tianing, it wouldn't be difficult to weaken the Ning clan's military power step by step. But Ning Cheng's bargaining chip was Gu Beiwe. That really put Chu Yuni in a difficult spot. If Gu Beiwe was gone, who would treat his eye injury? Empress Shui will give it to you, how about it? Chu Yuni asked. Ning Cheng didn't even think before he replied, no need. Chu Yuni's eyes flickered with malice. If he found out which spy had told Ning Cheng about Gu Beiwe, he'd definitely tear her to pieces. When Chu Yuni didn't reply, Ning Cheng grew impatient. Are you going to give it up or not? Old man will think it over for 3 days before giving you an answer. How's that? Chu Yuni was stalling for time, but Ning Cheng didn't buy it. Isn't it just a hostage? Is there a need to take so long? Could it be that there's a secret I don't know about? Of course there isn't. Chu Yuni denied quickly. Ning clan head, please wait a moment. Old man will personally escort him over. Ning Cheng didn't say a word, but casually sat down on the seat of honor. His domineering air was natural as he waited. Chu Yuni hadn't gone far when General Chu chased after him. Big bro, are you really going to hand over Gu Beiwe? Absolutely not. Ning Cheng didn't know that Gu Beiwe was a member of the Shadow Clan, nor did he know that the Ning Clan and Cloud Realm Trade Consortium were descendants of the D Clan. Gu Beiwe didn't know either. In Ning Cheng's eyes, Gu Beiwe was a doctor. In Gu Beiwe's eyes, Ning Cheng was only Great General Ning. If he didn't tell Ning Cheng the truth, Ning Cheng would only think that Gu Beiwe was a powerless doctor and wouldn't be on guard. As a result, it was very likely that Gu Beiwe would have the opportunity to escape. However, if he told Ning Cheng about Gu Beiwe's identity, things would get troublesome. After all, Ning Cheng and Gu Beiwe were both loyal and devoted to the Western Qin imperial clan. As soon as Gu Beiwe told Ning Cheng about the Chu clan's ambitions, the consequences would be unthinkable. Chu Yuni had long considered all of General Chu's concerns. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so hesitant. Saying that he'd come personally to escort Gu Beiwe was only an excuse. He needed time to calm down and think things over. He remained silent as he walked towards the secret room. General Chu knitted his brows, but didn't ask any questions. He simply followed by his side. Chu Yuni wasn't planning to deal with the current situation first, but the more he thought, the angrier he got. In the end, he couldn't help but ask, just who told Ning Cheng about this? Only a handful of people in the Nether clan knew about Gu Beiwe's identity, much less that Gu Beiwe was a prisoner. Who told Ning Cheng about this? Which aunt? General Chu could only think of that person. Which aunt doesn't know about Ning Cheng's identity? Whoever did this must know that Ning Cheng is a descendant of the D clan. Otherwise, they wouldn't have told him. General Chu said seriously. In the eyes of outsiders, Tianing's great General Ning was the mortal enemy of the Chu clan troops. Few people knew about Gu Beiwe's identity, much less Ning Cheng's. Besides a few of their trusted subordinates, there was no one else who knew. Looks like we'll have to get rid of all our subordinates, General Chu said. Chu Yuni was thoroughly vexed. He kept walking without a word, but General Chu quickly chased after him to stop him. Big bro, no matter what, we can't hand Gu Beiwe over to Ning Cheng. There's nothing to think about. Indeed, there was nothing to think about. Once Gu Beiwe fell into Ning Cheng's hands, they'd either lose this hostage for nothing, or the Nether clan would be finished. But Chu Yuni ignored General Chu. It wasn't clear what he was thinking, but he abruptly turned to leave. But he didn't take more than a few steps before turning back again. His hands were behind his back as he paced back and forth. After a round, he sighed and looked at General Chu anxiously. "Big bro, just what are you thinking about? I might as well help you refuse. If he wants a hostage, just give him Empress Shui." General Chu left as soon as he finished speaking, but Chu Yuni was fierce. "Come back." "Big bro." General Chu didn't understand. "You don't understand that brat's temper. There's no one he can't get away with once he names them." Chu Yuni said helplessly, "What else can we do if we don't give them to him? Don't forget that the Nether and D clans are on the same boat now." General Chu grew angry as well. "Big bro, you're just boosting his morale and destroying our own." General Chu really didn't understand Ning Cheng. Although he knew of Ning Cheng's identity, he'd never interacted with Ning Cheng directly. Because Ning Cheng was the head of the clan, he only discussed matters with Chu Yuni, the clan head. Now that the three armies are working together, he's even sent his cavalry south behind the Duke of Qin's back. Even without the Chu clan, his D clan's military strength and wealth are more than enough to take over Tianing and the three eastern prefectures. If we anger him enough, it'll only take a single thought for him to abandon our Chu clan. Chu Yuni said seriously. "He dares?" General Chu grew alarmed. "He dares." Chu Yuni was certain. The Nether and D clans had joined forces because the Nether clan had sought out the D clan and told them the truth. Thus, the Nether clan had always used the excuse of reviving Western Qin as an excuse to take the lead. The D clan was stronger than the Nether clan, but they were always willing to cooperate with them. But if the Nether clan couldn't take over the three eastern prefectures and Tianing's throne this time, then Ning Cheng's temper would make him fight for control. After a long time, Chu Yuni finally said, "Endure!" Only by enduring would the Nether clan have a chance. But General Chu trailed off. Before he could finish, Chu Yuni slapped his right eye, causing blood to spurt out from between his fingers. "Big bro." General Chu grew alarmed. You! Chu Yuni had destroyed his own eye. There was still hope for a cure, but now his eye was completely ruined. If it can protect and revive my Nether clan, then it's all worth it to destroy this eye. Chu Yuni's voice rose in excitement. If his eye was ruined, then what was the point of keeping Gu Beiwei? Before handing him over to Ning Cheng, he'd destroy him first. Seeing his brother's bleeding eye, General Chu grit his teeth and steeled his heart. "Big bro, if anyone dares to touch your position as clan head in the future, I'll be the first to show them no mercy." Who else but General Chu himself could touch the position of clan head? Chu Yuni's eye was ruined, so General Chu more or less had the same goal. But if he still wanted to fight for the position after seeing his brother like this, how could he convince the masses? Chu Yuni's words were meant for General Chu's ears as well. Those were the exact words he was waiting for. Without a word, he patted General Chu on the shoulder and strode into the secret room. In the secret chamber it was dark. He was dressed in white robes and sitting by the table, reading a medical book. Both of his hands and feet were chained, and under his white shirt, his shoulders and calves were wrapped in thick gauze. His injuries had indeed not healed. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he really couldn't. Chu Yuni's doctor had been right. His body was too weak and his injuries were too severe. Even the best medicine wouldn't heal him. Even if his wounds healed, he wouldn't be able to escape the Chu clan's archers. Therefore, he could only resort to this plan and choose to waste time and recuperate. If his wounds were unhealed, Chu Yuni could only continue to supply him with medicine. Half of the ingredients he'd asked for were for healing wounds, while the other half were for nourishing the body. Based on his estimations of the situation in the east, Empress Shui had been kidnapped and Emperor Tianhui was in critical condition. No matter what, the war wouldn't begin until the end of the year. He was Chu Yuni's trump card, so he wouldn't threaten Long Feiyi until the very last moment. He figured that he still had half a month's time. When he heard Chu Yuni enter, He glanced at him before returning his attention to his medical book. Chu Yuni often came to ask about his condition, so he was already used to it. But soon enough he caught the scent of blood. He looked up and saw that Chu Yuni's eyes were bleeding. If Chu Yuni's eyes were ruined, then. Alarmed, he sprang to his feet. Unfortunately, it was too late. Chu Yuni suddenly drew close and grabbed his hands. "I can heal your eyes right away," he said, knowing that things had taken a turn for the worse. But Chu Yuni only laughed coldly. "There's no need." His eyes turned cold as he raised his hands to flee. Unfortunately, his hands and feet were chained up, making it impossible for him to get far. Soon enough, General Chu entered as well, an arrow in hand aimed at his heart. He leaned against the wall and didn't struggle, but said, "If you want to kill me, at least give me a reason." "Kill you?" Chu Yuni laughed out loud as he grabbed Gu Beiwe by the neck with his elbow. Then he sent a vicious fist crashing into Gu Beiwe's dantian. Gu Beiwe groaned before spitting up a mouthful of blood. For the first time in his life, he revealed a stunned expression. He gaped, unable to believe what had just happened to him. But the pain in his dantian reminded him that this was all real. Chu Yuni's fist had clotted his dantian with blood, destroying his internal energy and martial arts. In that instant, the scenes of his childhood practicing martial arts flooded into his mind. He saw the loving smiles of his parents, heard the patient encouragement of his grandfather, and saw the image of himself as a child training bitterly, one move after another. Gone. Everything was gone with Chu Yuni's fist. His internal energy was gone, and so was his shadow arts. How was he supposed to complete the Shadow Clan's mission? How was he supposed to protect his beloved? Gone. Everything was gone. How was he supposed to stay calm? He stood there in a daze until Chu Yuni undid his chains. Slowly he recovered his wits and asked, "Why?" "Beiwe, don't blame me," Chu Yuni intoned. "Why?" Gu Beiwe raged. "You might as well kill me. Someone specifically wants you. My Nether clan doesn't have the power to keep you here." Chu Yuni naturally wouldn't expose Ning Cheng's identity. He trusted that Ning Cheng wouldn't reveal himself either. By the time Chu Yuni finished treating his eye injury and escorted Gu Beiwe to the guest hall, Ning Cheng was already impatient. Chapter 596. Ning Cheng was already impatient. He was about to leave when Chu Yuni personally escorted a white-robed man over. This was Ning Cheng's first time seeing Gu Beiwe, so he didn't have a deep impression of the man. His haughty gaze swept over Gu Beiwe and noticed the wounds on Gu Beiwe's shoulder and leg. But he didn't think much of it. He guessed that the Chu clan must have injured him when they captured him. Gu Beiwe's head was bowed as if all the strength had been sucked out of his body. He stood dejectedly, his body so weak that it looked like he could collapse at any moment. A famous doctor, Ning Cheng was disdainful. He couldn't tell how Han Yunqi could be on good terms with someone like that. Han Yunqi had caught Long Fei Ye's eye, so she must be extraordinary. But anyone who could be friends with her had to be extraordinary as well, right? This Gu Beiwe in front of him didn't look like a doctor at all. He looked more like a frail scholar. "I've brought the man you wanted," Chu Yuni said mildly, not revealing any details. Ning Cheng naturally understood. He wore a mask because he didn't want to reveal his identity, so he nodded without a word. He personally grabbed Gu Beiwe by the collar and prepared to drag him out. But Gu Beiwe suddenly raised a hand and shoved Ning Cheng aside. "I can walk on my own." His voice was low and filled with emotion. There was no trace of his usual calm. Ning Cheng stared at his hand in disbelief. "Keep up, or else I'll make you roll out of here," he said coldly. So speaking, he strode out the door. Gu Beiwe glanced back at Chu Yuni, his gaze sharp enough to kill. Chu Yuni subconsciously backed away, wondering if his actions today had been right or wrong. Gu Beiwe's right hand hung by his side. His shoulder had been pierced through, so he couldn't raise it. He used his left hand to clutch at his dantian, which still hurt like a knife, and followed Ning Chung step by step. The most urgent thing for him now was to lie down and rest and avoid strenuous exercise. However, he stubbornly continued to walk faster and faster. He quickly caught up with Ning Ching and even surpassed Ning Chung. He didn't want to be crippled. And he wasn't crippled yet. His life was still here, the Shadow Clan's mission was still here, and Gubeiwa's promise was still here. Ning Chung smiled contemptuously as he looked at the frail figure who had overtaken him. He despised the bones of this kind of weak scholar the most. This kind of bones were not hard, they were just cheap. Was he trying to show off? How long could he show off? Was walking a few steps already considered an expert? What a joke! If it wasn't for the fact that it could threaten Han Yunqi, Ning Ching wouldn't waste his time on such a useless thing. Someone come, take him back and guard him strictly. Without this general's orders, no one is allowed to come near. Ning Chung ordered coldly. A retainer immediately appeared. Just as Gubeiwa was about to turn to speak with Ning Chung, the retainer viciously struck Gubeiwa's neck with his palm. Gubeiwa couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. Ning Ching took Gubeiwa away, but it was unclear whether he'd give Gubeiwa a chance to talk to him. As Chu Yuni saw it, Ning Cheng's temper wouldn't allow him to waste words with Gubeiwa. Even if the two of them did talk, they wouldn't reveal their identities due to their own misgivings. After watching Ning Chung leave, Chu Yuni exhaled a long breath. All he needed to do now was wait for Ning Cheng's cavalry to arrive and join forces with the Chu clan troops to attack the Western Zhou army. Once Emperor Tianhui breathed his last breath, which would help the crown prince seize the throne. Without the Ning clan's interference and Chu Tiannin's preparations in Western Liang, which would only need a single night to help the crown prince take the throne. "We have to live in Western Liang before the new year," he said to General Chu. Before General Chu could reply, a soldier rushed over. To reply the general, Western Zhou has sent an envoy. He's right by the city gates and says he has important matters to discuss. Chu Yuni and General Chu exchanged glances. The two armies had been at loggerheads for a long time. What was Western Zhou sending an envoy to talk about now? It was impossible for them to make peace. Could it be something to do with Empress Shui? Very soon, General Chu met with the envoy, while Chu Yuni sat on one side to listen. Seeing that the room was full of servants, the Western Zhou envoy signaled General Chu with his eyes, and General Chu dismissed everyone. "If you have something to say, you can say it now," General Chu said bluntly. He didn't even let the envoy sit. Cloud Realm Continent's customs dictated that envoys should be treated with courtesy instead of killing them. The Western Zhou envoy already despised the Chu clan rebels, but General Chu's lack of manners only added to his disdain. Loftily he replied, "General Chu, this envoy came today to pass on 2 words from His Majesty. First, if General Chu surrenders, His Majesty will treat you leniently on account of your years of hard work defending the borders. If..." Before the Western Zhou envoy could finish his sentence, General Chu interrupted coldly, "Go back and tell Emperor Kongcheng that his words are nonsense." Furious, the envoy added, "Second, His Majesty said that if the Chu clan doesn't want to expose the driving arrow arts, release Empress Shui immediately. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." That was the true purpose of Western Zhou's envoy. Back at Thousand Buddha Cave, the Chu clan had exposed the driving arrow arts, a secret art of the Nether clan. Long Fei Yi had long made it known to all of Cloud Realm Continent. Emperor Tianhui understood the situation at Thousand Buddha Cave and knew that the Chu clan were descendants of the Nether clan. As soon as the Western Zhou envoy finished speaking, the large guest hall fell silent. At first, the envoy had raised his chin in a threatening manner. However, as the atmosphere in the room grew quieter and quieter, the Western Zhou envoy felt an inexplicable sense of dread. He saw General Chu's gloomy face and inadvertently glanced back, only to see Chu Yunyi's icy expression. What do they mean? General Chu, His Majesty. His Majesty said that victory or defeat will depend on your own skills. As long as you release Empress Shui. He'll pretend he doesn't know anything about the Nether clan. The envoy's tone softened. But General Chu and Chu Yunyi only looked at him coldly without a word. Growing more and more fearful, the envoy quickly bowed with hands clasped in front. General Chu, please think it over. As he spoke, he turned around and was about to leave. Unfortunately, before he could leave the guest hall, a sharp arrow instantly pierced through his heart from behind. Envoys were forbidden to be killed in battle. This was an unwritten rule. No matter how big the battlefield, no one had ever killed an envoy before. When news of the Chu clan killing the Western Zhou envoy spread, all of Cloud Realm continent was stunned. Western Zhou's emperor flew into a rage. What a Chu clan! What a Nether clan! If Zhen doesn't slaughter your entire clan, Zhen will. Zhen will. The emperor was so angry that he couldn't speak. He swept a table full of memorials, causing all of the civil and military officials to kneel on the ground, too afraid to speak. In the end, he slapped the table and rose to his feet. Someone come, reveal the Chu clan's secret to the public. His words alarmed the entire court. What kind of secret does the Chu clan have? Does that mean His Majesty is giving up on Empress Shui? Unexpectedly, the Chu clan beat him to it before news of the Western Qin imperial clan spread to the world. They revealed the fact that the Chu clan was one of the 7 noble families, the Nether clan, and the fact that the Western Qin imperial clan was still alive. They even declared that the Chu clan was looking for the imperial orphan and reviving Western Qin as their own mission. They had invited all the heroes of the world to join them in their grand scheme. Once the news spread, no one talked about the assassination of the envoy anymore. This was because the matter of killing an envoy was not even worth mentioning in the face of such a huge matter. The news caused a huge earthquake in Cloud Realm continent. Whether it was the major powers or the common people, everyone was paying attention. Everyone's views of the Chu clan were completely overturned. Of course, the main focus wasn't on the Nether clan, but the orphan of the Western Qin imperial clan. Just who were the descendants of the Western Qin imperial clan, and where were they? It had to be said that the Chu clan's actions had dealt a fatal blow to Emperor Kongqing. He had a hold on the enemy's secret, but it was now useless. However, the angriest person in the world wasn't Emperor Kongqing, but the Duke of Qin Long Fei Yi. For the sake of hiding the truth, he'd spent so much effort saving Mute Granny and dealing with Gu. In the end, he'd almost fallen out with Han Yunqi. But now the Chu clan had announced the news to the world and let everyone know that there were still descendants of the Western Qin imperial clan. While Han Yunqi and the rest were discussing the matter, Long Fei's icy face was so gloomy that it looked like water could drip from it. They'd long known that the Chu clan was part of the Nether clan, but the fact that there was an orphan of the Western Qin imperial clan left Han Yunqi and the rest stunned. In that case, it's very likely that the gentleman from the Shadow clan knows about the matter too. He's been searching for the imperial orphan all this time, Han Yunqi mused. Her first thought was that gentleman. If she hadn't confirmed the origins of her birth parents, she would have been scared out of her wits by the news. After all, she was the prime suspect. So what if she's an imperial orphan? No matter how glorious the great Qin dynasty was, that's all in the past. If the Chu clan really wants to find the imperial orphan, they'll kill her for good. Gu said, disdainfully. The usually talkative Chu Shifeng and Tang Li were both very quiet this time. Occasionally, they would shoot glances at the Duke of Qin, whose ghastly expression only made them more flustered. They were well aware of Mute Granny's death and the Duke of Qin's suspicions about Han Yunqi's origins, but they had no idea what Mute Granny had said to the Duke of Qin before she died. Now that the Nether clan's Chu clan had exposed the truth, they had no choice but to reconsider Han Yunqi's origins. If this woman really was the orphan of Western Qin's imperial clan, then wouldn't the Duke of Qin, thinking up to here, Tang Li's heart pounded in his chest. He didn't dare to look at the Duke of Qin again, while Chu Shifeng was even more nervous. He simply lowered his head, afraid that he'd reveal any clues to the crowd. Imperial clan or not, the Chu clan has staked everything on this one throw, Han Yunqi said seriously. When Long Fei Yi didn't speak, she tilted her head and asked, Long Fei Yi, what do you think? Long Fei Yi didn't answer her, but rose to his feet and said coldly to Chu Shifeng, Pass down orders. Tomorrow at noon, we'll set out. He said the words set out very softly, as if he didn't care at all. But everyone present was stunned, because this was a military order. This meant that Cloud Realm Continent's biggest war, since the fall of the Great Qin dynasty, was about to begin. Long Fei Yi walked out as soon as he finished speaking. Han Yunqi quickly chased after him. This guy, something's not right. What's wrong? Chapter 597. Han Yunqi chased after him and walked alongside Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi knew she was beside him, but he remained silent. Once they entered the garden, Han Yunqi asked, What's wrong? I'm thinking about something, Long Fei Yi said indifferently. Is there anything else you can't figure out? Han Yunqi asked curiously. Long Fei Yi, Emperor Kongqing, and Great General Ning had agreed to mobilize the 3 armies on the 15th day of the month. It was only the 10th day of the month. In other words, according to the original plan, they would have to wait another 5 days before they could mobilize their troops to encircle the Chu clan. However, in order to guard against Great General Ning, Long Fei Yi had made another private appointment with Emperor Kongqing. Today was the day. No matter what news the Chu clan spread, it wouldn't have much of an impact on today's battle. After all, once the Chu clan revealed their identity as a nether, it would be impossible for them to gain the support of any major power in a short period of time. Apart from this, what else could possibly affect Long Fei Yi's mood? Even when it came to something as important as war, he rarely frowned. Long Fei Yi didn't say anything. Han Yunqi asked again, Is it about the Western Qin imperial clan? Long Fei Yi didn't deny it. Apart from the Nether and D clans, there are also the Shadow and Wind clans. The Shadow clan is quite powerful, but I don't know much about the Wind clan, Han Yunqi said. These nobles might not be truly loyal to the imperial clan, but they would definitely support the Nether clan's banner. If this battle could be concluded in a short period of time, there wouldn't be much of an impact. However, once the battle dragged on, there would be many uncontrollable factors. After all, the Shadow and Wind clans were far more powerful than they could estimate. Moreover, apart from the 7 noble families, there were many other powers that wanted to use the banner of the Western Qin imperial clan. Han Yunqi thought to herself. Unfortunately, she didn't know that Long Fei Yi wasn't worried about these things. No matter how troublesome these matters were, Long Fei Yi could deal with them calmly. The one he was worried about was her. He was worried that once this woman's background was found out, how much danger would she have to face? The danger of the situation, the danger of the human heart? He was even more worried that once this woman knew that he was her enemy, would she still look at him like before? Han Yunqi, what should this prince do with you? This king wants to hide you away forever. Han Yunqi carefully analyzed the situation, but Long Fei Yi wasn't listening. After a long silence, he looked seriously at Han Yunqi and said, Yunqi. As soon as she said that, Han Yunqi's heart skipped a beat, and she almost missed a beat. After, Your Highness, she had always called him by his full name. As for him, he had never changed the way he addressed her since the day they got married. Well, except when he bullied her last time. She didn't know if there was still any distance between them, or how many steps there were left. But hearing this intimate form of address made her feel that they were closer again. Much, much closer. Last time, her mind had been in such a state of confusion that she couldn't remember. much less feel the distance between them. This time she felt it. It was like a pair of lovers who'd been in love for a long time, or a married couple who'd been married for a long time. Her heart was filled with joy, happiness, and elation. Speak, she said with a smile. Say, do you think the orphan of Western Qin's imperial clan has the heart to revive Western Qin? Long Fei Yi asked seriously. Han Yunqi was too immersed in happiness to consider such a question. Moreover, it didn't have much to do with her. She answered with whatever she thought. Of course they do. A complicated look flickered past Long Fei Ye's eyes before he asked, Why would they? Why not? If the Nether and D clans had such ambitions, to say nothing of the imperial clan. Back then, the Great Qin's internal strife was caused by the feud between the Eastern and Western Qin's imperial clans. Whether it was the clan's hatred or the clan's ambitions, they couldn't be pacified by time, because these things are rooted in people's hearts. As Han Yunqi spoke, she sighed faintly. Time can't enter people's hearts. People will die, but their hearts won't. Long Fei Yi seemed to want to refute, but he didn't say anything in the end. What could he use to refute Han Yunqi? Hadn't he been living in hatred and ambition since he was young? The East Qin clansmen had all died, but their hearts hadn't, and they'd been passed down from generation to generation. All of their thoughts were placed on his shoulders, forcing him to move forward step by step. He wanted revenge himself. So what could he use to blame others for their hatred? Han Yunqi, was it fate that this prince met you? Or a tribulation? No matter if it was fate or tribulation, this prince didn't acknowledge it. What's wrong with you? Han Yunqi's curiosity pulled Long Fei Ye's gaze back. He said faintly, Nothing? Let's go. Prepare to go to the battlefield. Go to the battlefield? Han Yunqi was stunned. You want to personally go to the battlefield? You don't want to go? Long Fei Yi arched a brow. I do. Han Yunqi's excitement was immediately ignited. Prepare your poison needles. Your lordship will take you to have fun. Long Fei Ye's eyes flashed with a sinister light. If the Chu clan dared to play so big, then he'd accompany them to the end. The Chu clan's mission was to find the Western Qin imperial heir, right? He'd take the last princess of Western Qin with him and kill his way over. It was noon, and General Chu's guards were changing shifts as usual. Chu Yuni and General Chu were still waiting for news from Ningcheng in the city when the drums suddenly sounded. Boom, boom, boom. Sometimes it was hurried, sometimes it was slow, but the sound was earth-shattering. This was the sound of the enemy's drums. Could it be that Western Zhou had sent out its troops? Both Chu Yuni and General Chu were surprised, but they remained calm. With 4 red coat cannons in hand and the Chu clan's elite archers, they didn't fear Western Zhou's troops at all. Emperor Kongcheng's finally decided to give up on Empress Shui. Chu Yuni mocked. So what if the drums shake the heavens? This general would like to see if their drums are louder or my cannons. General Chu was very confident. They were only waiting for Ningcheng's cavalry to arrive to guard against the Duke of Qin's troops heading north. If it was just Western Zhou's troops, they would have won long ago. Before the red coat cannons arrived, they were evenly matched with Western Zhou. Now that they had the help of the red coat cannons and the advantage of defending the city, defeating Western Zhou's troops was a piece of cake. Big brother, let's go. Come with me to the city gates to watch the battle. General Chu was very bold as he strode out the door, but they'd hardly reached the gates when a soldier came forward to report. General, things are bad. The soldier's face was pale as he gasped for breath. As soon as he reached General Chu, he fell to his knees. What's bad? Why are you making such a fuss over nothing? General Chu asked unhappily. The soldier only trembled. Tianning's Duke of Qin, pro. He couldn't finish a sentence, so General Chu grew anxious at the mention of Duke of Qin. He grabbed the soldier by the collar and demanded, Why did the Duke of Qin come? Hurry and speak. The Duke of Qin is personally leading the expedition. He's leading the expedition himself. The soldier shouted. General Chu's grip went limp, and the soldier fell to the ground. Leading the expedition himself. Long Fei Yi is leading the expedition himself? Chu Yuni muttered to himself in surprise. How could that be? It wasn't time for the three armies to join forces yet. Ning Cheng said he'd come early, but Ning Cheng's cavalry troops hadn't arrived yet. Long Fei Yi was leading the expedition himself? What did he have to lead the expedition himself? Could it be that his soldiers had arrived earlier than Ning Cheng? Could it be that Ning Cheng wasn't able to fool Long Fei Yi, but had been fooled by Long Fei Yi instead? General Chu rushed to the top of the city walls, only to see a group of aggressive cavalry approaching. There were about 5,000 of them, all of them dressed in black. They were still some distance away, so General Chu couldn't see Long Fei Yi in person. All he could see was the 100 to 200 men in front of the cavalry, all of them riding red-haired steeds. The sight of the hundreds of horses galloping together was as striking as a raging inferno. He couldn't see their leader, but he could see the flag fluttering in the wind. It was a flag with white characters on a black background. It represented Tianning's troops, and a large Qin character was emblazoned on its surface. The character fluttered in the wind as if it had a life of its own, brimming with the strength of iron and blood. At this instant, General Chu even had the misconception that this group of ferocious elite soldiers before him was the army of the East Qin Empire of the former Grand Qin Empire. After all, the former Great Qin Empire's East Qin Imperial Clan's flag had white characters on a black background, while the Western Qin Imperial Clan's flag had black characters on a white background. Both sides had the same Qin character on their flags. Qin was an extremely revered character in Cloud Realm continent. When Tianning's late emperor bestowed the title Qin on Long Fei Yi, it had caused all sorts of criticism in Cloud Realm continent. But the late emperor still insisted on using the character. As for the reason behind it, most people believed that it was because the late emperor had high hopes for the Duke of Qin. Although Long Fei Yi used Qin as his title, this was the first time the character had appeared on a military flag since the fall of the Great Qin Empire. General Chu quickly recovered his wits. He knew that this Qin character really did represent Tianning's, Duke of Qin's, personal expedition. Most likely, Long Fei Yi was riding at the front of this troop of elite troops. 5,000 elite troops didn't count for much in General Chu's eyes, but this was Long Fei Yi's personal army. He had no choice but to be cautious and fearful. Chu Yuni quickly arrived and saw the aggressive troops before him. His expression grew difficult as he asked, "Should we defend or attack?" If they defended, they would guard the city gates and kill the enemy from above. If they attacked, they would open the gates and attack before the enemy arrived. There were pros and cons to defending and pros and cons to attacking. General Chu had plenty of battle experience and was decisive in all sorts of situations. He never hesitated because he knew that any hesitation would damage the troops' morale. But this time, he had no choice but to consider carefully. That was because he was facing Long Fei Yi, a man who'd never participated in battle before. "What are you hesitating for?" Chu Yuni asked. "Are you afraid of this brat who's never been on the battlefield before? A single man's strength is invincible, but an entire army? Not necessarily. Be careful that you don't destroy your own army's morale." Chu Yuni was right. General Chu had experienced hundreds of battles, so he had no reason to fear Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi had never led troops before, much less fought in battle. In front of General Chu, he was nothing more than a new recruit. Still, General Chu hesitated. No one's ever fought him on the battlefield before. He muttered. As the elite troops drew closer and closer, General Chu was about to lose the initiative. He steeled his heart and prepared to give orders when another soldier rushed over. General, something's happened. Something big's happened. Chapter 598. Something big happened. Something big was right before their eyes, so what else could happen? General Chu loathed these words and kicked the soldier as soon as he knelt. What are you muttering about? If this isn't big enough, I'll kill you as a sacrifice to the flag. The matter was so serious that the soldier couldn't care less about his fear. He hurriedly reported, General, all of Western Zhou's forces have been concentrated in the north to attack Yuyuan County. The Duke of Qin has deployed 2 armies from the central and southern regions to attack Yaoshui County. Both the north and south sides have already started fighting. Hearing this, General Chu felt like he'd suffered a heavy blow. He staggered back a few steps before leaning against the city walls to steady himself. His face was completely white, while Chu Yuni was gaping at the side. The 3 armies had joined forces. 3 armies had joined forces. So this was the real deal. Both he and Ning Qing had been tricked by Long Fei Yi. Western Zhou's 3 eastern prefectures all bordered Tianing to the east. From north to south, they were Yuyuan Prefecture, Fenglin Prefecture, and Yaoshui Prefecture. North of the northernmost Yuyuan Prefecture was the 3-way battlefield, while the southernmost Yaoshui Prefecture bordered the central and southern regions. General Chu personally oversaw Fenglin Prefecture in the middle, which was also the main battlefield against Western Zhou. Thus, all of the Chu clan's elite troops were gathered here, making the defenses of the 2 southern prefectures less secure. Unexpectedly, Long Fei had colluded with Western Zhou and gathered their forces to attack the northernmost Yuyuan Prefecture, while the central and southern armies attacked the southernmost Yaoshui Prefecture. Meanwhile, Long Fei himself only used 5,000 elite troops to attack Fenglin Prefecture. This was the real deal. Long Fei Yi hadn't considered Ning Qing at all. He suspects Ning Qing? How could he? Chu Yuni couldn't believe it. General Chu had no time to care whether Long Fei Yi really suspected Ning Qing or had other plans. Right now, he had to think of a way to break out of Long Fei Yi's trap. He'd already decided to open the city gates for battle, but now he had to be even more cautious. Otherwise, the Chu clan troops would lose everything. All archers on standby. Everyone else, guard the city walls. After he gave the order, he turned and hurriedly went down the city walls to gather all the strategists and enter the general's tent. The general's tent was set up on the lower right side of the city gate. Not long after, all the strategists in the Chu family's army arrived. After learning about the military situation in the 2 southern counties, they were all shocked and in disbelief. On General Chu's desk was a detailed map of the 3 eastern prefectures of Western Zhou. He rested his hands on the map and frowned, deep in thought. This was a trap, a very beautiful setup, gathering the forces of Western Zhou to deal with Yuyuan County and the forces of the south to deal with Yaoshui County. This was bullying with numbers, a battle that was guaranteed to be won. As for using 5,000 elite troops to deal with Fenglin Prefecture, this was both a restraint and a threat. If General Chu moved his troops north or south, then Fenglin Prefecture would be threatened. If he didn't move his troops north or south, then Yuyuan and Yaoshui prefectures would be lost. This joint action of the 3 armies directly tied down General Chu's limited military strength. It could be said that the Chu clan had already lost 2 cities before the battle even began. Who would have thought that Tianning's Duke of Qin, who had never led troops into battle before, would be able to set up such a beautiful trap on his first try? Aside from their shock, the strategists all secretly admired him. If Long Fei Yi hadn't set up this trap for the Chu clan, General Chu would have praised Long Fei Yi from the bottom of his heart. Unfortunately, this trap was set up for the Chu clan troops. General Chu stared at the map of the 3 eastern prefectures, feeling more and more indignant and irritable. He'd been at odds with Western Zhou for so long, but now he'd fallen at Long Fei Yi's hands. How could he accept this? After a while, None of the strategists spoke up. General Chu raised his head and scolded them angrily. What are you all spacing out for? This general didn't raise you to be rice buckets. Say something. Silence fell upon the crowd at his words. Who could make a decision in a situation like this? Actually, everyone knew that there was only one way to deal with Long Fei Ye's trap. Give up 2 cities and concentrate their forces on one. But no one dared to say it aloud. With General Chu's intelligence and experience in battle, he should have known the answer long ago. He just didn't want to face it. Chu Yunyi's eyes flickered with a complicated expression as he hesitated to speak. He was inferior to General Chu when it came to leading troops into battle and arranging formations, so it was useless for him to say more. After some hesitation, he left the room. No matter what General Chu decided, he had to contact Ning Qing as soon as possible. Only Ning Qing could save them now. Seeing Chu Yunyi leave, General Chu sobered up. He clenched his fists and pounded the table a few times. Despite his reluctance, he had to make up his mind. Loudly, he said, "Great General Ning will support our Nether clan. Tell me, which city should we protect?" Hearing this, the strategists were stunned once more. They had no idea about the relationship between Great General Ning and the D clan, much less that Ning Cheng had long been in cahoots with the Chu clan. They were stunned that Tianning's Great General Ning would switch sides at a time like this. Of course, none of them were idiots. After hearing the news and recalling the Duke of Qin's plans, they began to harbor suspicions. Most likely, the Duke of Qin had moved his troops ahead of time to surround the 3 eastern prefectures with Western Zhou's troops because he suspected Great General Ning long ago. "General, when did this happen? Why didn't you tell us?" One of the strategists asked in dissatisfaction. General Chu should have told everyone about such an important matter beforehand, so they could prepare for it. After all of them had placed their bets on Empress Shui. General Chu glared at them. "Is this the time to discuss such things? This general is asking you a question. Which city do you want to protect?" General Chu had assumed that Ning Cheng's cavalry would arrive before Long Fei Ye's main army. He assumed that the Chu clan troops and Long Fei Ye's cavalry would be able to beat Western Zhou to a pulp within a few days. Once Long Fei Ye's troops arrived, they'd have a showdown with Long Fei Ye's troops. No matter what, they wouldn't lose even if the battle ended in a draw. But Long Fei Ye had thrown all of this into disarray. For the sake of safety, this one suggests that we concentrate all of our troops to protect Yuyuan Prefecture. First of all, our army has fought with the Western Zhou army many times and is familiar with their fighting style, so it will not be easy for us to be ambushed. Second, Yuyuan County is the closest to the 3-way battlefield. As long as the cavalry battalion arrives, we will be able to join forces with the cavalry battalion in the shortest time possible and lead our army south. No. Now that the Duke of Qin's troops are at our gates, there's no reason for us to abandon Fenglin Prefecture and head north. We have to defend our prefecture. Otherwise, once our morale is damaged, it'll be hard to recover. As this one sees it, why don't we give up the 3 eastern prefectures and kill our way into Tianning? As long as Great General Ning's troops don't stop us, what's wrong with giving up the 3 prefectures? Everyone had their own ideas and reasons. General Chu listened to their opinions as he mulled them over, but he didn't have much time to think before a soldier hurried over. Reporting, General Tianning's Duke of Qin has led his troops to the city gates. He wants to challenge you to a duel. A duel? Almost everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. They all turned to look at General Chu, only to see that his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Long Fei Yi, you've gone too far. General Chu's fist pounded the table so many times that it was about to topple over. On Cloud Realm Continent's battlefields, only at the very end of a duel between 2 armies would a duel between the commanding generals. In order to end the battle quickly, the winning side would give the losing side a chance to duel their commanding general. If the general of the victorious side won, the other side would surrender. If the general of the victorious side lost, the other side would have 3 days to flee. Now the two armies hadn't even crossed swords yet, but Long Fei Yi wanted to challenge him to a duel. This was a naked insult to him. This was Long Fei Yi's first time leading troops into battle. It wasn't that he didn't know the rules, but that he was here to break them. Abominable. Abominable. General Chu paced back and forth. Although he was furious, he still couldn't decide which city to protect. At this moment, Chu Yuni hurried over and said, Ning Cheng's troops will need at least 3 days to reach Yuyun City. 3 days? Yuyun City won't be able to hold out for 3 days, someone said with certainty. General, since the Duke of Qin wants to challenge us, why don't we think of a way to stall for time? Someone else suggested. General Chu had the same idea. He wouldn't challenge Long Fei Yi to a duel because he'd lose without a doubt. He had to think of a way to stall for time. No matter who won or lost, as long as they could stall for 3 days, they'd have a chance to turn things around. While General Chu was still hesitating, Chu Yuni whispered 3 words by his ear. Han Yunqi. General Chu knitted his brows, while Chu Yuni's eyes flashed with a cold smile. You'll know once you get to the top of the city walls. General Chu didn't delay, but quickly climbed the walls. This time, he had a clear view of Long Fei's elite troops from his perch on the city walls. 5,000 cavalrymen lined up 1,000 meters below the city walls in an orderly fashion. Although there were only 5,000 of them, they were no less imposing than an army of 50,000. Their leader was Long Fei Yi, but he was holding a woman in his arms. That woman was none other than Qin Wangfei, Han Yunqi. General Chu couldn't help but shake his head. A femme fatale. In the history of Cloud Realm Continent's wars, from the Great Qin Empire to the 3 Kingdoms, none of the generals had ever brought a woman to battle, much less a general riding on the same horse with a woman. After all, women were nothing more than clothes to men and burdens to soldiers. But Long Fei Yi had actually brought a woman to the battlefield for the first time. It was laughably frivolous. Long Fei Yi had one arm around Han Yunqi's waist, while the other held his sword. He sat atop his tall horse, commanding 5,000 elite troops. He wasn't wearing armor or battle robes, but black robes that made him look noble and domineering. He didn't make a sound, nor did he get angry, but his aura was enough to intimidate the entire battlefield. Han Yunqi was also dressed in black robes. Even though she was leaning against Long Fei Yi's chest, she still looked valiant and valiant. She faced the battlefield as if she was a patient, her eyes cold and solemn. This woman wasn't beautiful when she was serious, but she still commanded respect from others. No one dared to offend her. When she saw General Chu appear on the city walls, she said in a low voice, "He's here!" Long Fei Yi pointed his sword at the top of the city walls and asked coldly, "General Chu, still not accepting the challenge?" Chapter 599. General Chu was still fuming at Long Fei Yi's provocation. Fortunately, Chu Yuni was by his side. Chu Yuni had been provoked by Long Fei in the past as well, but he was an outsider when it came to matters of the battlefield. In the end, he was a bit more clear-headed than General Chu. General Chu was about to unsheath his sword when Chu Yuni pressed down on his hand. Remember, Han Yunqi is Long Fei Yi's weak spot. You can't go wrong with that woman. General Chu steadied his emotions and calmed down. He shouted, "Duke of Qin, our 2 armies haven't even fought yet. So where's the talk of a challenge? If you don't know the rules of the battlefield, then scram early. Don't make a fool of yourself. Victory and defeat have already been decided. So why bother fighting? Your lordship will take 3 of your prefectures in a single day." Long Fei Yi said. Haha. General Chu guffawed. If it were Yuyuan and Yaoshui prefectures, then it was possible that they'd fall in a single day. But Fenglin Prefecture had the main force of his Chu clan troops, a full 50,000-strong army, as well as the Nether clan's 3,000-strong archers. Long Fei Yi only had 5,000 troops. So where did he get the nerve to joke like that? 5,000 against my 50,000? Hee, this old man understands now. So the Duke of Qin's claim of victory and defeat is to admit defeat, General Chu guffawed. Long Fei Yi didn't waste words. He raised his sword and prepared to attack. Hold it. General Chu quickly stopped him. No matter what, he had to buy time for Yu Yun and Yao Shui. Surrender? Long Fei Yi was a man of few words, but he could always infuriate General Chu with 1 or 2 words. General Chu couldn't bear it any longer. Fine, this general accepts the challenge. But I have one condition. Speak. Long Fei Yi said coldly. Before victory is decided, Yu Yun and Yao Shui must cease fighting. That was General Chu's ultimate goal. The Serene Cloud Prefecture and Yao Shui Prefecture were the prefectures next to Fenglin. As long as Long Fei Yi sent an eagle message over, he would be able to receive the news very quickly. Long Fei Yi's lips curled into a sneer. General Chu, do you mean that if I lose, I'll have to pay with these 2 counties? If Long Fei Yi didn't have a purpose, why would he waste time talking nonsense with General Chu? The reason he issued the challenge was to provoke General Chu into staying in Fenglin Prefecture. Once General Chu stayed in Fenglin Prefecture, with the strength of his 2 armies, it would be easy for them to take down the weakly defended Yuyuan and Yao Shui prefectures in a day. However, if General Chu gave up on Fenglin Prefecture and went north or south to reinforce, there would be no way to end this battle quickly. And if he couldn't end this battle quickly, he would have to face Great General Ning's army. Presumably, Ning Cheng had already received the news and was rushing to the battlefield. General Chu had expected that Long Fei Yi would raise this condition, so he agreed without hesitation. Good. If I lose, Yuyuan and Yao Shui commanderies will be yours. How about it? Long Fei Yi's lips curled into a sneer. He and General Chu would have a showdown within 2 hours. Yuyuan and Yao Shui commanderies could afford to wait for 2 hours. If he could take them without losing a single soldier, why wouldn't he? It looks like General Chu is quite confident in your archery skills. He was in a good mood and rarely spoke so much. So Your Highness Duke of Qin agrees? General Chu asked seriously. This prince agrees. Long Fei Yi replied without hesitation. Good. Then please stop the battle in Yuyuan and Yao Shui commanderies, General Chu hurriedly requested. Long Fei Yi let go of Han Yunqi and leapt off his horse, landing on an empty battlefield between the 5,000 elite soldiers and Fenglin Prefecture's gates. His black cloak fluttered in the wind as he stood proudly with one hand behind his back and the other wielding his sword. His voice was as cold as ice, shocking both armies. General Chu, if you accept my challenge, this prince will immediately order the north and south to stop fighting. But General Chu hesitated and didn't move. When 2 armies faced off against each other, a duel between the 2 commanders was naturally between the 2 commanders. Since Han Yunqi was sitting in Long Fei Yi's seat, he could duel either the Duke of Qin or Han Yunqi. This was also why Chu Yuni had called him up here. He'd agreed to the duel so easily just then because he wanted to stall for time. First, he'd trick Long Fei into ordering a halt to the battles in the north and south. Then, he'd contend with Long Fei on the duel candidates to buy more time. But Long Fei Yi actually wanted him to go down the city walls. How was he supposed to deal with this? Although Long Fei Yi didn't rush him, he didn't have time to waste. After all, the 2 commanderies had already started fighting and were probably fighting fiercely right now. While General Chu was worrying, a soldier brought him 2 battle reports. As soon as he opened them up, his expression changed. Both the north and south were in dire straits, especially Yuyuan Prefecture. Emperor Kongqing had sent half a battalion of northern Li cavalry to join the original army. Judging by the current situation, It was impossible to take Yuyuan Prefecture before nightfall. General Chu knew that his best option right now was to give up on Fenglin Prefecture and head north to reinforce Yuyuan Prefecture. Then it'd be easier for him to cooperate with Great General Ning. But Long Fei Yi had already provoked him to the gates. He'd just agreed to the duel, so he dug a hole for himself. If you ride a tiger, it's hard to get off. Long Fei Yi was unusually patient. He didn't rush him, but waited with interest. General Chu couldn't wait any longer. Duke of Qin Wangfei, is the commander. Since it's a duel, old man will arrange for a female deputy general in my camp to fight. He didn't give Long Fei Yi a chance to respond. He immediately ordered a female archer to take up the challenge. The female archer didn't have a bow with her, only a quiver full of arrows. She flew to land in front of Long Fei, seemingly afraid to draw close. Unfortunately, Long Fei Yi didn't give her a second thought. He didn't even spare her a glance. He looked up at General Chu and mocked. "You're sending a woman to fight? So there's no more men in your Chu clan army?" Han Yunchi laughed from atop her horse. "If there's no more men in the Chu clan army, then this princess can only fight in His Highness Duke of Qin's place." It was one thing for Long Fei Yi to be infuriating, but Han Yunchi was simply infuriating. Didn't her back hurt from talking while sitting? "You," General Chu raged, but he gritted his teeth. "Long Fei Yi, since you're not interested in a duel, then this soldier won't keep you company." As soon as he finished speaking, he hurried off. He'd only pushed the female archer forward to give himself a way out of this embarrassing situation by refusing the duel. He'd long given up on the idea of a duel, but he couldn't afford to waste time here. He had to dispatch troops to Yuyuan Prefecture immediately. Long Fei Yi had wasted so much time with him, so how could he let him go so easily? He didn't waste words with General Chu, but retreated to his horse. With a wave of his sword, he split the 5,000 soldiers into two groups, revealing two red coat cannons hidden among them. The soldiers on the city walls didn't even have time to report when they spotted the cannons. Long Fei Yi had long ordered the cannons to fire. Boom! Boom! The two cannons fired in quick succession, catching General Chu off guard and blasting off a corner of the city walls. General Chu and Chu Yini were still on their way down the stairs when they were shocked by the explosion. General Chu was stunned for a long time before he gave orders to his men and rushed up the city walls. "Defend the forts, quick! Quick!" Cloud Realm Trade Consortium had given him 4 red coat cannons, making him like a tiger that had grown wings. He'd left 2 of these cannons in Fenglin Prefecture and the other 2 in Yuyuan and Yaoshui prefectures. He never expected Long Fei Yi to have such rare cannons as well. General Chu saw the 2 red coat cannons as soon as he reached the top of the city walls. He immediately ordered the cannons to fire, but Long Fei Yi seemed to be planning to abandon the cannons altogether. He only left a few men to guard the cannons while the 5,000 soldiers split into 2 groups to attack the city walls from the left and right. A corner of the city walls had already been blasted open, so the consequences would be unthinkable if the cavalry managed to break in. General Chu ordered the archers to take up arms. Soon enough, a rain of arrows rained down on Long Fei Yi's soldiers from the left and right. In the middle was an artillery battle, and on the left and right sides were a rain of arrows. Although General Chu was very unhappy, this war had still started. Once the war started, he would not have the opportunity to transfer his troops to the north and south. Summon all the archers under the city. Fire arrows on the right, crossbow bolts on the left. Quick! Someone come, fire the cannons. Blow up their robes. General Chu quickly got into the swing of things as soon as he gave orders. Both sides had 2 red coat cannons, so they were evenly matched in this regard. The center of the battlefield was filled with the sounds of cannons and fireworks, but the left and right sides were the fiercest. None of Long Fei Yi's soldiers were easy to deal with. They dodged the arrows as they closed in on the city walls. Many of them had already leapt off their horses to fight their way up the walls. General Chu was alarmed. He could tell that Long Fei Ye's elite soldiers had plenty of martial arts experts, but he never expected there to be so many of them. Seeing that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, he ordered, "Someone come, open the gates, and meet the enemy." As soon as the gates opened, the soldiers and horses rushed out from the left and right sides to meet Long Fei Ye's elite soldiers head-on. As a result, they were more or less able to pin down the experts who'd flown up the walls. Chu Yini also made a prompt decision to call in the Nether Clan's driving arrow squad to deal with experts threatening the city walls. Arrows rained down everywhere, forcing many of the experts to retreat. Finally, the situation was stabilized. General Chu had assumed that the Chu clan's troops far outnumbered Long Fei Ye's elite soldiers and would quickly seize control of the situation. But as it turned out, half of the Chu clan's troops were only barely enough to keep Long Fei Ye's forces in check. They couldn't even take control of the battle, much less end it quickly. Using 5,000 elite soldiers against 25,000 was like striking a rock with an egg. But Long Fei Ye's 5,000 elite soldiers were all trained by him. They'd been raised in the vicinity of the three-way battlefield all year round, ready to face any changes at any time. Each of these soldiers was equal to 3 men. In terms of numbers, they were far more than just 5,000. General Chu was experienced enough to tell that something was amiss. "Oh no, we can't end the battle quickly. Then what do we do? Are we supposed to just watch as Yu Yun and Yao Shui are taken away from us?" Chu Yuni was very irritated. The battle had already begun, so they had to end it quickly. Otherwise, if this battle dragged on for a day or two, they'd have to face a pincer attack from the north and south. Then they'd lose without a doubt. If Chu Yuni wasn't blind in one eye, he'd be able to kill Long Fei Ye's elite soldiers with a few arrows from his vantage point. General Chu shot arrows as he tried to come up with a plan. "Someone come, pass on orders to mobilize the entire army. Everyone will be rewarded for destroying the Duke of Qin's 5,000 soldiers." Would Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi be able to deal with all 50,000 soldiers? Chapter 600. Would Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi be able to deal with the 50,000 troops stationed in Fenglin Prefecture? It wasn't clear what Long Fei Yi thought, but General Chu was certain of his victory. 50,000 against 5,000 was bound to draw criticism. Even if he won, it'd be considered an unfair victory. General Chu was a seasoned veteran who cared a lot about face, but this time he was ready to risk everything. No matter what price he had to pay, he had to destroy Long Fei's troops within a day. General Chu's orders raised the morale of the entire army. The 25,000 men hidden within the city and outside moved out at the same time. In the end, the Chu clan troops had the advantage in numbers and quickly gained the upper hand. But just as General Chu was feeling smug about his decision, he discovered something to his horror. Where were Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi? They seemed to have vanished from sight as soon as the two armies started fighting. Where are they? General Chu stopped firing his arrows to search for Long Fei Yi and the rest in the sea of people below. Unfortunately, he couldn't find them. On one side, Chu Yuni was searching as well, but to no avail. The situation was good, but Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi were nowhere to be found. Instead of being happy, they were terrified. "General, be careful." Suddenly, an arrow shot out from behind General Chu. General Chu looked in the direction of the arrow and saw a black-robed expert holding a woman in his arms. The man had shot up from below the city walls and was aiming for him with a sword. This black-robed expert was none other than Long Fei Yi, and the woman in his arms was none other than Qin Wangfei, Han Yunqi. As the saying went, to catch bandits, first capture the king. They were aiming for General Chu. Fortunately, General Chu was warned and quickly backed away. At the same time, the driving arrow archers behind him fired their arrows. Long Fei Yi was about to reach the city walls when he was stopped. All he could do was block the arrows with his sword and use the walls as leverage to rise into the air. After General Chu calmed down, he immediately pulled out an arrow and shot it. His attention was all on Long Fei, who knew that Han Yunqi would aim at his heart and shoot out a pear-blossom teardrop rain poison needle. "Be careful!" Chu Yunyi cried out in alarm and shoved General Chu aside, causing the needle to miss its mark and hit Chu Yunyi's shoulder instead. Heaven knows what kind of poison Han Yunqi had used, but Chu Yunyi was left kneeling on the ground, completely devoid of strength. It wasn't until they reached the top that Long Fei and Han Yunqi discovered that Chu Yunyi was blind in one eye. Both of them were very curious. It wasn't easy to blind Chu Yunyi in one eye. Who was it that did this? Of course, now was not the time to be curious. When the time came, they would not have the time to think too much. "Brother!" General Chu was shocked. He didn't expect Han Yunqi to have such a hidden card. Chu Yunyi decisively shoved him aside. "Don't worry about me. Kill them all. If I die, you'll be in charge of the Nether clan." General Chu angrily fired a volley of arrows at Long Fei and Han Yunqi. It had to be said that General Chu's archery skills were on par with Long Fei's. Each arrow was filled with boundless power, forcing Long Fei to retreat. Combined with the constant attacks of the driving arrow archers, Long Fei was forced out of the city walls and had nowhere to go. It was not easy to dodge so many arrows in the air if there was no place to borrow strength. Seeing this, General Chu and the driving arrow technique all stepped up their attacks, aggressive and aggressive. "Han Yunqi, hand over the antidote, or else I'll have you all die here," General Chu warned angrily. But Han Yunqi wasn't worried about Long Fei's situation at all. Instead, she grew even more arrogant. "If you have the skills, come and get it yourself." Ignorant woman. General Chu gritted his teeth and leaped onto the city wall. Standing on top of the city wall, he grabbed another bunch of arrows and shot them without hesitation. The surrounding driving archers all cooperated with him in shooting arrows. In a flash, Long Fei and Han Yunqi were surrounded by hundreds of arrows. Long Fei had nowhere to go, making his situation worrisome. Swish! Suddenly, an arrow pierced Long Fei's shoulder. General Chu rejoiced and fired like a madman. He didn't give Long Fei a chance to catch his breath. Long Fei's injured arm was the one holding Han Yunqi, so he could only keep retreating down the city walls. General Chu chased after him, along with all of the driving arrow archers, forcing Long Fei into a dead end. There was nowhere for him to run except down the city walls. General Chu only laughed coldly. "Duke of Qin, you should never have brought a woman onto the battlefield. A plaything like this will only ruin things. Hand her over, and I'll spare your life." Long Fei kept retreating without making a sound. His arm was bleeding profusely. Han Yunqi cursed General Chu. "So what if she's a woman? Isn't your mother a woman? Is your mother a plaything?" As she cursed, she shot out poison needles. Unfortunately, General Chu dodged all of them. "You don't know what's good for you. If I were you, I would hand over the antidote and not implicate the Duke of Qin." General Chu was most concerned about the antidote, so he didn't notice the sneer on Long Fei's face. He was still chasing after them. "General Chu, how about we make a bet? Let's bet on whether the Duke of Qin will hand me over." Han Yunqi sneered arrogantly, provoking General Chu to chase even harder. "You have to hand it over even if you don't want to." With a glance, he immediately ordered the surrounding driving arrow archers to get into formation. They surrounded Long Fei from all directions. He took the upper position and aimed an arrow at Han Yunqi. "Duke of Qin, if you don't hand over this woman, I'll make sure you never have the chance to regret it." He was so cunning. He didn't even give Long Fei a chance to reply. He changed the direction of the arrow and shot directly at Long Fei's eyes. Right at this moment, a dark needle flew out of nowhere and silently sank into General Chu's arm. The entire needle sank into his flesh. General Chu only felt a sharp pain in his arm before he couldn't feel anything. General Chu quickly regained his senses and knew that he had been ambushed. This dark needle contained a lot of force, so it could sink into his arm in an instant. However, how could it attack him silently? He could only say that he had been too careless. General Chu was shocked when he thought of this. He looked at Han Yunqi and Long Feiyi, only to see the two of them laughing with contempt and mockery. It was an eyesore to him. General Chu finally realized that he had been tricked. Long Feiyi and Han Yunqi had purposely lured him down the tower to distract him. Long Feiyi's injury was intentional, and Han Yunqi's arrogance was also faked. Despicable. He immediately gave up on attacking Long Feiyi and hurriedly stepped on a driving arrow archer to fly up the tower. The other driving arrow archers continued to attack Long Feiyi and the others. However, without General Chu's arrows, Long Feiyi had a much easier time. Even though his arm was injured, he could still move freely. In addition, Tang Li was hiding at the side and constantly attacking the driving arrow archers, forcing them to retreat in the end. Long Feiyi quickly landed on the ground and wanted to jump up again. However, Han Yunqi stopped him and said, "Seriously, don't move. Your injury must be treated immediately, or else it will be very troublesome. No one can cure General Chu's poison except for me. Don't worry." How could Han Yunqi not be worried about Long Feiyi's injury? She had just cooperated with Long Feiyi to lure General Chu down, so she had let Tang Li, who was hiding at the side, take action. She was the one who gave Tang Li the hidden needle, so it was naturally dipped in poison. The hidden needle's material and constitution were limited, so the poison wouldn't be fatal, but it was enough to make General Chu suffer. Long Feiyi originally wanted to attack, but when he saw Han Yunqi's anxious and serious expression, the corners of his mouth twitched as if he wanted to laugh, but he held it in. He didn't wait for Han Yunqi to say more and sat down on the ground. Han Yunqi quickly took out gauze and medicinal ingredients to treat his wound. Han Yunqi had studied the Chu clan's arrows before and knew that the arrows used by their archers were specially made. Judging from the shape of the arrowheads, it would be very difficult to heal a wound. Long Feiyi's hand couldn't be injured. With the situation so chaotic, there'd be many things to do later. Just like that, while the two armies fought fiercely, Long Feiyi and Han Yunqi sat below the city gates as if no one else was around to treat their wounds. Han Yunqi's gaze was focused and serious, like a little old woman. She was meticulous as she treated the wound. Meanwhile, Long Feiyi watched Han Yunqi's movements with hooded eyelids. His face was expressionless, but the corners of his lips were curled up into a half-smile. He was in a good mood. Tang Li and Chu Shifeng stood guard on the side, feeling helpless. Was this the Duke of Qin's first time leading troops into battle? In any case, neither of them believed it, much less anyone else. But this really was Long Feiyi's first time leading troops into battle. He'd actually fought his way to the enemy's gates to treat his wounds. If this matter were to spread out, General Chu would probably lose all his face. Currently, General Chu had no time to worry about such things. Tang Li's poison needle had made his entire arm feel like it was being bitten by ants. The itch was unbearable, and the pain was unbearable. He had trouble holding an arrow, much less shooting one. He had already handed over all military affairs to his deputy generals and returned to his tent with Chu Yuni to treat his wounds. Unfortunately, the army's doctors and poison specialists had no way to treat the two brothers' poisons. They couldn't even tell what kind of poison it was. All they could do was numb General Chu's arm to lessen the pain and itch, making him feel better. That was fine. But after the numbness, General Chu couldn't even pick up an arrow with his right hand. That was probably the worst part of all. Chu Tianyin had fallen into Long Feiyi's hands, while Chu Yuni was already blind in one eye. If General Chu's arm was crippled as well, then the Nether clan would truly be without a leader. General Chu was terrified that his arm would be crippled. He clenched his fist and slammed it against the wall in agony. He was about to lose all reason. Han Yunqi, it was that slut who poisoned me. I'm going to kill her. Kill her. General Chu probably hated Han Yunqi even more than his own daughter, Chu Qingge. Unfortunately, there was no such thing as a greater hatred. That was because Han Yunqi's next actions made his heart feel like it was about to explode. Things had been going well for them below the city walls. The 50,000 soldiers had completely suppressed Long Feiye's 5,000 elite troops. But Han Yunqi helped Long Feiye treat his wounds before joining forces with the Duke of Qin to kill the enemy. The Duke of Qin didn't make a move himself, but Han Yunqi did. Soon enough, she'd poisoned multiple archers on the city walls. Weren't those two treating their wounds below the city walls? Why did they kill the enemy together? If the Duke of Qin didn't make a move, how could Han Yunqi? Chapter 601. The Duke of Qin didn't make a move. So why would Han Yunqi make a move? Things went like this. After Han Yunqi helped Long Feiye treat the wound on his arm, she glanced at the intense battlefield. With just one glance, Long Feiye knew that she wanted to participate in the battle. He had previously agreed to bring her to the battlefield. What was the point of watching from the sidelines while injured? Thus, Long Fei grabbed her by the waist without a word and flew over. Long Feiye, your hand can't. Before Han Yunqi could finish speaking, Long Feiye interrupted her. My hand will never be injured while hugging you. Don't worry. She didn't know what expression he had when he said that, but Han Yunqi heard that his voice was a little awkward, causing her face to heat up. She took a closer look and realized that Long Feiye was hugging her with his right hand. The arrow wound was on his left hand. His left hand wasn't holding a sword, but was resting behind his back. Using your needle as Ben Wang's sword, can you do it? Long Feiye asked seriously. Han Yunqi immediately understood what he meant. I can do it. Thus, Long Feiye really didn't make a move. He just hugged Han Yunqi and shuttled through the army, weaving through the rain of arrows. Long Feiye didn't use his sword to block the arrows, but he could use Qinggong to dodge the sharp arrows. How could his ability be limited to dodging? He hugged Han Yunqi and dodged while looking for the best position for Han Yunqi to shoot the poison needles. Although Han Yunqi only knew how to use hidden weapons, she was very, very weak in the face of an entire city tower full of expert archers. However, with Long Feiye carrying her, she didn't need to look for an opportunity to shoot the hidden weapons. She only needed to use Pear Blossom Teardrop Rain to shoot the hidden needles after Long Feiye found the right opportunity. Long Feiye had found an opportunity. The power of Pear Blossom Teardrop Rain hit the Imperial Archer's arm without missing a target. Han Yunqi's poison needles were also very clever. A small needle wouldn't take a person's life, but it could numb an archer's arm, making him unable to pick up an arrow again. Could a driving archer still be called a driving archer if he couldn't pick up an arrow? He was just a piece of trash with no combat ability to speak of. There were many archers on the city gate. Long Feiye and Han Yunqi specifically targeted the archers who only had arrows and did not have bows. It didn't take long for them to be crippled. A single driving archer was equivalent to 10 archers, so they were basically killing 1 to 10. This reduced the pressure on the soldiers below the city walls. This battle could be said to be the most exciting battle that Han Yunqi had ever fought in her life. It was also the most satisfying battle she had ever fought. If she and Long Feiye worked together, they were a perfect match. She was finally no longer depressed that she didn't know martial arts. With Long Feiye around, martial arts became something that could be replaced. Han Yunqi was having a great time fighting, but General Chu was on the verge of tears. The soldiers kept coming in to report. General, we've lost another 3 driving archers. General, Han Yunqi used poison needles. 10 driving archers have 1 arm crippled and can't even lift it. General, we've crippled another 3. What do we do? Less than an hour later, the deputy general personally came in to report, "General, half of the archers on the western wall have been crippled." When these words came out, General Chu couldn't take it anymore. What? They didn't even let the archers off? At first, they only targeted the driving archers. Later on, this subordinate ordered the driving archers to focus their efforts on killing the two of them. Who knew? Who knew that they would anger the Duke of Qin? The deputy general had an innocent expression. And then General Chu angrily questioned. The Duke of Qin deployed a team of crossbow archers from somewhere to deal with the archers on the city walls. Their arrows seemed to be specially made, so their power and accuracy were far superior to ours. More importantly, they were all coated in poison. Thus, as long as they hit, even if they didn't have any vital points, they'd be crippled. Soon enough, half of our forces were wiped out. The deputy general was helpless. This was the first time he'd seen someone use poison on the battlefield after so many years of fighting. He really wanted to know where Han Yunqi had gotten so much poison to coat her arrows. Damned Han Yunqi! General Chu wished he could kill that woman. On one side, Chu Yuni muttered to himself, "The Tang clan! Those arrows must have come from the Tang clan." He remembered that Chu Tianyin had once mentioned that the young master of the Tang clan had a close relationship with Long Fei Yi. If the Tang clan really did provide them with crossbow arrows, then they were far superior to their own. With the help of the Tang clan's assassination weapons, Long Fei Yi was like a tiger that had grown wings. "General, now that the Duke of Qin and Qin Wangfei are targeting driving arrow archers, the crossbow archers are aiming at our archers. We don't have any advantage in archery. If this goes on, we'll suffer disastrous losses. In this general's humble opinion, we should withdraw our archers." Once the archers were gone, the foot soldiers below the city walls would lose support from the walls, making it harder for them to end the battle quickly. Moreover, General Chu couldn't swallow his anger. "We won't withdraw," he roared. "Thousands of archers and 3,000 crossbow archers can't deal with them? I refuse to believe it. Pass down my orders. No matter if they're driving arrow archers or archers, they're all to target Han Yunqi. Kill them all." General Chu's orders put pressure on Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi. After all, no matter how strong they were no match for thousands of arrows. Still, the sight of the couple darting through the rain of arrows left a deep impression in everyone's minds. Although the outcome wasn't decided yet, in a sense, the Duke of Qin and his wife had already won. Facing the concentrated rain of arrows, Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi didn't retreat. Under the cover of the crossbow archers, they fought guerrilla warfare with the archers on the city walls. They focused on defense and occasionally found an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Because they didn't retreat, the archers didn't dare to lower their guard and didn't care about the battlefield below the city walls. Long Fei Ye's 5,000 elite soldiers below the city walls were relieved of a lot of pressure. However, this was only to reduce the pressure on them. In the end, 5,000 people were no match for 50,000 people. After another hour, both sides suffered heavy casualties. Long Fei Ye's 5,000 soldiers couldn't afford to waste time, but the Chu clan's army could. Even if they lost 5,000 soldiers, they still had 40,000 soldiers and could still suppress Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi wasn't an idiot, nor was he arrogant. He wouldn't be so ignorant as to fight 50,000 with 5,000. His only goal today was to stall for time. He wanted to stall for time until Western Zhou's army and Zhongnan's army captured Yuan and Yaoshui prefectures and came to reinforce them. Seeing that he had stalled for enough time, Long Fei Yi immediately ordered the troops to retreat. Hearing this, General Chu heaved a sigh of relief. He immediately ordered, "Retreat and close the city gates. Leave 3,000 soldiers to guard the city gates. Everyone else, head north to reinforce Yuan Prefecture." Although they hadn't beaten Long Fei Yi to the point of admitting defeat, they had beaten Long Fei Yi to the point where they didn't have any more soldiers to attack Fonglin Prefecture. He could finally move his troops north without worry. Soon, the deputy general reported the numbers. "General, we've lost 1,000 archers and 5,000 infantry. Long Fei's 5,000 elite soldiers are estimated to only have 2,000 left. And we've lost a day's time." General Chu added unhappily. The only thing he was thankful for was that he hadn't received any news of Yuyuan Prefecture's fall. It seemed like he could still make it if he rushed there overnight. Unexpectedly, just as he arranged for 3,000 soldiers to guard the city gates and made all the preparations to move north without telling Long Fei, the deputy general scrambled into the tent and shouted, "General! General! Something bad has happened! Something bad has happened!" General Chu was applying anesthetic to his arm to stop the pain. Seeing the deputy general's panicked appearance, he was incomparably annoyed and simply ignored him. Not only were they unable to defeat Long Fei's 5,000 elite soldiers with 50,000 soldiers, but they had also wasted a day here. What could possibly happen at this time? Could there be anything worse than this? Unexpectedly, the deputy general's words caused General Chu to stand up in shock. He knocked over the anesthetic in the doctor's hand and forgot about the pain in his arm. The deputy general said, "General, the Duke of Qin has set up camp 1,000 meters away. He has hung the young general in front of the camp. The Duke of Qin said that if we don't surrender for a day, he will cut the young general with his sword." Without a doubt, the Chu clan's young general was Chu Tianyin. Of course, General Chu hadn't forgotten that his son was in Long Fei's hands. But if Long Fei, you didn't bring it up, he wouldn't bring it up himself, lest he be threatened. Who knew that Long Fei would push Tianyin out at a time like this? The thing he was most afraid of had finally happened. That was his own son, the one he doted on the most. Although the Chu clan had plenty of heirs, there was only one son of the first wife. None of them could compare to Tianyin's martial arts skills and talents. General Chu could choose not to fight for the throne with Chu Yuni, but the latter would have to abdicate one day. His precious son was the best candidate for the position. As long as he withdrew his troops now, he could guarantee his son's safety. Faced with such temptation, General Chu couldn't make up his mind and hesitated. Chu Yuni stood on one side, very clear on General Chu's feelings for his son. He also knew that the Chu clan needed a successor now that the two of them were seriously injured. Still, he hesitated as well. Yuyuan and Yaoshui prefectures were in dire straits, while Ningcheng's reinforcements had yet to arrive. If they traded Fonglin Prefecture for Chu Tianyin, what would the Chu clan have left? There would be no place left for the Chu clan. Were they really going to attack Tianying's borders? After all, Emperor Tianhui was still breathing. If they entered Tianying now, they wouldn't be able to claim the throne properly. Hadn't they spent so much time and effort to give Chu Qingga a premature birth, just so they could claim Tianying's throne? Although they were cooperating with Ningcheng, they still had to be on guard against Ningcheng. Emperor Tianhui was still breathing, while the crown prince had yet to ascend the throne. If they entered Tianying now, Ningcheng might accuse the crown prince and empress of conspiring with the enemy to usurp the throne. Then all their efforts in West Liang would be for naught. Both brothers had their own selfish motives and were considering the interests of their respective clans. They stared at each other for a long time. Finally, General Chu spoke up. "Big bro, you're the clan head. You make the decision." Chu Yuni couldn't help but sigh with emotion. If only Gubeiwa was still in our hands. "Big bro, when will Ningcheng arrive?" General Chu asked. We agreed that he'd arrive the day after tomorrow. It's only 2 days. I wonder if Tianyin, Chu Yuni wanted to waste time here. If they could hold out for 2 days, Ningcheng's reinforcements would arrive and catch Long Fei unawares. Chu Yuni had made a concession by abandoning Yuyuan Prefecture for Fonglin Prefecture, but Chu Tianyin would have to hold out for 2 days. Then he'd have to suffer 2 stabs from Long Fei. If it was a fatal wound, it'd be enough to kill him. After much consideration, General Chu decided to throw caution to the wind. Even if Gu Beiyue isn't in our hands, we can still threaten them. Using Gu Beiyue's whereabouts to threaten Han Yunqi would buy Tianyin at least 2 days.